And we are live and on the air. And this is the TWIS Minion Science Island Hangout. And I'm Ed Dyer from Connecticut in the US of A. Joining me are my Canadian friend Dale. How you doing? What you munching on tonight, Dale? Something nutritional?
Look at the time, Ed. I have to go. It's been a good night. I'll catch you all next week.
Okay. Me and Pamela will soldier on. No headless transplant story. I don't know. Dill pickle something.
Dill pickle. That's what it is.
Dill pickle something. No lollies for you today.
No.
And also Pamela. Pamela, who has was in her law school today, and she didn't have to leave her house. That's amazing. Justin Jackson will be joining us, but he's still selling cars out there. I guess they have enough people looking for cars that he's still trying to make a few bucks. Ulysses Aikens said he was going to be joining us. He hasn't popped in yet. Send him an invite. Hopefully he will show up. Let's see. We got some interesting stories, science news to go over. The first one I really like, it's the happiness report. The happiness report for 2015. It actually covers the years 2012 and 2014. Then we got a case of fracking causing earthquakes, case closed. It is a fact. And even the great state of Oklahoma, where there's quite a bit, the oil industry has quite a bit of wells there, the state has thrown in the towel and recognized that fracking does in fact contribute to earthquakes. More on the environment. This is the fifth year since the Deepwater Horizon oil well spill in the Gulf of Mexico, and got a couple of articles. One from the British Petroleum, which surprisingly says everything is wonderful, no problems. And then another one from the World Wildlife Federation, which says we've got dead dolphins and we've got a 25,000-pound tarmac, and things are not so good. Another interesting one, dealing with Stony Brook University. They've got two chimpanzees in their lab. I don't know what they're doing with them or anything. And a animal rights organization is suing them, saying that they are denying these chimpanzees, I guess, the freedom to leave. I'm not sure, but the judge in the case has ordered Stony Brook to explain why they're holding the two chimpanzees. So that'll be an interesting case to follow. Another interesting one. I've had this hypothesis that autism is an evolutionary experiment, and that high-functioning autistic people might very well represent the humans of the future, or more humans in the future. There has been a science study done that finds a link between autism and Prodigy. And a few other stories if we get to them. And when Justin pops in, we'll even start talking about hopefully some Science Island for you Science Island followers. And thank you, Science Minions, TWIS Minions. We got 500 people last week. So thank you for your support. And I'm going to jump into the first story, which is the World Happiness Report covering the years 2012 and 2014. And it says, this is on their page, I guess I can screen share it. Let's see. Has Google Plus screwed up the screen sharing thing again? How's that look? Can you see it, Dale? Hello, Dale. Are you out there, Dale? You can see it.
Can you hear me?
Okay. I can hear you now. I didn't think there would be a lag. In any event, these people say the world has come a long way. Excuse me?
Charlie White said, link to just watch doesn't work for me. I get the page, but the YouTube player gives a video that says my device isn't.
Can he? So he can't see the
mine does the
Hangout?
Yeah, mine actually says the same thing. I'm going to try to refresh my page here and see if it works.
I just got boosted, but I'm back.
Yeah, if I try to just play only, it says YouTube is upgrading to a newer version which is not supported by this device or app. Could be he's maybe it's in the Science Island webpage.
I would expect, yeah, that's where he, well, maybe he's, okay, let's see. Okay, mechanical problems, people. Sorry for the interruption.
YouTube, I'm just going to go on the regular YouTube. And
I'm asking our chat area.
Live now.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. All right, I'm going to go to YouTube and post. Rocks in the chat room can see it.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, actually, I don't know. Well, I went to my channel on YouTube and I don't see it. Now, if it's playing in the chat room, as long as it's as an anonymous YouTube user. Can you see it, Dale? If you go to Science Island, can you see it there?
I'm just checking again. If I go to Science Island, it's loading.
Oh, wait a minute here.
Oh, now it's working. I'm on a Mac. I refreshed the page and went there again, and it worked.
I love this. We have Richard Drumm joining us. How you doing, Richard? We're having mechanical problems here as far as getting it to show up in the chat room.
Me too.
In the YouTube Science Island. I guess it's showing up on YouTube, the actual YouTube channel itself, but it's not appearing in our chat area, on the Science Island thing.
Is my mic live? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Good. I've been wrestling with the schedule for the the CosmoQuest Hangoutathon this weekend. 36 straight hours of Hangout. Oh yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out how I can get
1 hour.
get the audience. I don't want to start this whole thing over.
I think we're fine.
Okay, I'm going to say we're fine and
Is it set to
fingers
public?
crossed. Okay. Yeah, all right. reboot, starting over. And what we're talking about, what we have started with, our first story is the World Happiness Report for 2000 and coming out in 2015 for the years 2012 to 2014. Okay, and I attempted to screen share.
Don't worry, be happy.
And here, there we go. We're in the right spot, hopefully. Okay, getting started again. The average life, the world has come a long way since the first World Happiness Report launched in 2012. Increasingly, happiness is considered a proper measure of social progress and a goal of public policy. Really? A rapidly increasing number of national and local governments are using happiness data and research in their search for policies to give people a better life, or so they say. If I go down, and I'm just going to start reading and leave it at that page. This is called the Geography of Happiness. Average life evaluations, where 0 represents the worst possible life and 10 the best possible, range from about an average of 7.5 in the top rankings of countries to below 3 in the lowest ranking countries. And the difference of 4 points in average life evaluation represents, that's a spread, 4-point spread here, 40% difference, I guess, between the happiest countries and the least happiest countries. Comparing the country rankings in the World Happiness Report with those from 2013, there is a combination of consistency and change. 9 out of the 10 countries that were in the top 10 in the previous report are also in the top 10 for the 2015 report. But there's been a reshuffling. That's what it comes down to. So you've got Switzerland, where our friend Pamela's friend Nick is from. And Pamela, you spent some time in Switzerland, right? Pamela's eating. I caught her with a mouthful. Very sorry. I'm going to stop the screen share. I'll go on and you can join us back. This is going to go great. I can see that. We're going to get 500 viewers for about 2 minutes, and then everybody's going to sign off.
While I've got you viewers, everybody come to the 365, the CosmoQuest Hangoutathon this weekend. Oh, well, never mind.
Okay. So it said...
wasn't expecting number 10. Sorry.
Okay. Where was it? You got the top 4 countries: Switzerland, Iceland, Denmark, and Norway. And they're pretty close, 7.5, 7.6, basically all the same. The rest of the top 10 is Canada, where Dale lives, Finland, where our friend Yanni lives, the Netherlands, Sweden, New Zealand, and Australia, where Pamela lives. The United States is 15th.
In other words, go really far north or really far south, and you're golden.
Stay away from poverty and war, pretty much, is what you got to do. Okay, I'm going to go straight to the list of the top. The top 20: Switzerland, Iceland. That's a remote country. Pretty cold. I think they have some pretty long winters, pretty long, dark winter nights.
They locked their... That's why they locked up their bankers.
Okay, but they're happy. Norway, Denmark, Scandinavian countries always come in pretty high. Canada, I was surprised a little bit about Canada. Dale. I caught Pamela while she was in between snacks. Now I'm going to try the same thing with you. Let's see how you can talk with your mouth full. Are you surprised to find that Canada's number 5 in happiness?
Uh-oh, he froze.
Really sorry here. I don't know if you're in Canada. Am I frozen?
You're
You
good
were.
now.
Okay, well, hopefully the lags will improve. Let's see, the bottom country. Well, the United States is 15th. Mexico is 14th. That kind of surprised me that the Mexicans would be happier overall than the United States is. Not a big difference, but still they rank ahead of the United States. Ireland, where our friend Brian Condren lives, came up 18th. And the lower ranking countries, you're talking mostly Africa, really. The Congo, Uganda, Senegal, Gabon. Then you got Cambodia, Tanzania, Madagascar, Chad. Afghanistan is right near the bottom. Syria, where you got war, so that's pretty understandable.
Yep.
And these rankings come from, this was I had it here for a second. This was a poll, and it's an American polling company. I forget their name right now. But what they do is they interview 1,000 people a year, and they try to interview these people face to face, if they can. And they start with, there's something called a contrail, the contrail measure. It's like a kind of a ladder, where you stand on the ladder. And I'll share a link in the show notes to their methodology. So it seems like it is statistical sampling. They say they have a 95% confidence, and the reason why they look at 3 years is so they can get a sample size of at least 3,000 people, so they can reduce random errors.
Yep.
So it's a reasonable statistical sampling. Reasonable indication. I don't know.
I don't know about happy here, but everybody's really sorry all the time. Canadians tend to say.
Well, you know,
About everything. Be the wrong way. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry, Ed. I'm sorry.
yeah, but do you
Sorry.
mean it? I mean, I've seen you Canadians on the hockey rink where you're beating the heck out of each other, so I don't know.
But
Let's see
they
if we
always
got
say.
what does Roxy say?
I seriously doubt that,
Af-
to get to number 10, I doubt that any Indigenous Australians were asked their opinion for the Australian. You know, I mean, in Australia, who are they talking to? Are they talking to, you know, Gina Reinhardt, who owns most of the mines? Or are they talking to the people, Indigenous people whose communities are being closed because of the mines?
Yeah, really.
Well, 3,000 people, as long as they chose them using proper statistical sampling techniques, they're okay. I don't know if they included the indigenous people of Australia in this particular study or not.
But do you know what I mean? Like, if you're talking to 1,000 wealthy people or 1,000 middle class people or 1,000 poor people, you're not getting a cross section.
Mm.
I think it looks like they used reasonable statistical sampling techniques. And as I say, there's a link to their methodology. Let's see. I will include it in our chat area so you guys can look at it if you choose to.
Ah, there it is.
Let's see, Gallup poll. Target population is the entire civilization, non-institutionalized. Okay, they didn't include institutionalized people, 15 and older.
Well, I'm out. Sorry.
Samples probably are probability-based and nationality represented. standard set of core questions in every country. There's probably other links I'd have to follow to find out their exact sampling. Interviewing supervisors and interviewers are trained not only on the questionnaire but also on the execution of field procedures. Questionnaire is translated into major languages in every country. In some cases they have to use telephone surveys.
Yeah.
Where telephone coverage represents 80% of the population. In developing world countries, the time frame design is mostly face-to-face. The interviews took approximately an hour. That's face-to-face ones. Telephone interviews were 30 minutes.
And a lot of people just hang up on that. In fact, I probably would too.
Well, with
half
probable...
an hour is a lot.
If you're using proper statistical sampling techniques, you start with the original population, but then you have what amounts to a backup sample, so that if one person you can't get to, you can go to that secondary statistical sampling and pull someone from that. So there's usually a backup. Because if you're on telephone interviews, you're right. A lot of people are not going to answer it, and they're not. They're going to keep going with their questionnaire until they reach at least 1,000. I'm sure of that, because otherwise, as they say, the sampling isn't large enough to be able to reduce random errors. One thing I noticed is if you look at the North American countries, you got Canada, the United States, Mexico. We're not at war with each other. We got the nice big Pacific Ocean and Atlantic Ocean, so you know, we get along pretty well.
Yep.
And the happiness rating for Mexico, I mean, what we Americans hear from about Mexico, we mostly hear about what's happening along the border, where there's a lot of problems with the drug gangs, and we know because there's many Mexican illegal immigrants in the United States, so that our perception of what's happening in Mexico is probably skewed. But if you look at the whole country, you get a different story. All right, moving on to the next story, which involves fracking. And Richard, I don't think you can see it, so I'll put it in our chat area for you. And what it comes down to is we have enough science now to say for a fact that fracking causes earthquakes. And the last study, if you will, perhaps the last nail in the coffin, comes from Southern Methodist University. And this was a seismology team finds that high volumes of wastewater injection combined with saltwater extraction from natural gas wells is the most likely cause of earthquakes near Azale, Texas, which occurred from 2013 through the spring of 2014. The team identified 2 intersecting faults and developed a sophisticated 3D model to assess changing fluid pressure within rock formation and the stress changes induced by both wastewater injection and gas production wells. In an area where the seismology team identified 2 intersecting faults, then they developed this sophisticated 3D model. The conclusions from the modeling study were integrated with a broad range of estimates for 4 uncertain substrata conditions. Ultimately, better information on fluid volumes, flow parameters, and subsurface pressures in the regions will provide more accurate estimates in the future. The model shows that a pressure differential develops along one of the faults as a combined result of high fluid injection rates to the west and high water removal rates to the east. When we ran the model over a 10-year period through a wide range of parameters, it predicted pressure changes significantly enough to trigger earthquakes on faults that are already stressed. And I will stop there because the state of Oklahoma, the governor of Oklahoma, has thrown in the towel as well. And this is from an article in the New York Times. Abandoning years of official skepticism, Oklahoma's government on Tuesday embraced a scientific consensus that earthquakes rocking the state are largely caused by the underground disposal of billions of barrels of wastewater from oil and gas wells. The state's Energy and Information Cabinet introduced a website detailing the evidence, including links to expert studies of the Oklahoma quakes. The website concluded with a statement by the state-run Oklahoma geological team that it considered it very likely that wastewater wells are causing the majority of the state's earthquakes. The statement noted that most intense seismic activity is occurring over a large area, about 15% of the area of Oklahoma, that it's experienced significant increases in wastewater disposal volume over the last few years. As recently as last fall, the current governor, Mary Fallin, indicated that suggestions of a relationship between oil and gas activity and seismic activity were just pure speculation. And then in a news release Tuesday, she said her state's geological survey endorsement of that relationship was significant, and the state was dealing with the problem. Oklahoma state agencies are already taking action, is what she claims. Of course, the Oklahoma Oil and Gas Association disputed this conclusion, saying in a statement that further study is needed. That's what they always say. In the past decades, Oklahomans experienced only about 1.5 earthquakes exceeding magnitude 3.0 in an average year. So that's like 1 to 2 a year over the past decade. But since a boom in oil and gas exploration, that number has mushroomed. The state recorded 585 quakes above 3.0, which is more than any state for Alaska. So they went from 1 or 2 earthquakes a year to 585, and they've already got 900 of these smaller earthquakes so far this year. Wow. And it says larger earthquakes have also occurred. A series of shocks in 2011 exceeded magnitude 5.0 and caused millions of dollars of damage. And some seismologists have warned that the state is risking larger and more damaging quakes unless they act to reduce tremors. Now, let's see. Here, however, when we're talking about what is the state of Oklahoma actually going to do, it says Oklahoma State oil and gas regulators have taken steps to ensure that newly drilled disposable wells do not create seismic risk. Not telling us how they're going to do that, but they say they have no authority to impose a moratorium and only limited power to address the existing wells that are behind the increase in tremors. Neither the governor nor legislation has pushed to increase their powers. So there you go. The state says there's a problem. We're going to do something about it. I promise we're really going to do something about it, and they're not going to do anything about it.
Just shut it down immediately. Just stop. That's what you do. You stop. If something is causing earthquakes, you stop doing it. It's really not that hard.
Yeah. What he said.
Yeah.
Let's take the carbon out of the atmosphere and pump it down those holes.
Here, here.
That might work.
On the other hand, speaking as someone who's married to a lawyer, but not as a lawyer myself, this does open the way for lawsuits against the oil and gas companies, since now their actions are actually producing damage. There's a picture there of some bricks, a wall that collapsed, and maybe the people who've actually been damaged and lost actual monies as a result, maybe they can get compensated for their loss.
Yeah, I changed my position. Keep
What do you say?
fracking, keep causing earthquakes, and keep me in business.
The bricklayers who will be fixing that wall, paid by the oil company, would certainly say keep on going.
Yeah, actually,
that was a joke. Anyone listening, I wouldn't actually want that to keep happening. No. I just, in case anyone, I don't want any hate mail over that, you know.
Oh, we don't get any hate mail. We don't pay any attention. I don't read the YouTube comments, so you don't have to worry about that.
We all understand your real intentions. The money, we get it. We get it.
Well, I gotta tell you, it's those blood-sucking lawyers. You know, maybe they're gonna make the difference. You know, if the state of Oklahoma, or if the oil industry starts getting hit from multi-million-dollar suits, just like Richard said, that might work very well. The big spur, the big thing that's going to push them.
Or they could just sort of weigh the thing, say, well, we're making $20 million in this county, and we're being sued for about $4 million in this county. I will pay the $4 million and then pocket the 16 mil difference. You know, it just cost of doing business. You know.
The companies might say that. I don't think the insurance underwriters will. Insurance underwriters can get pretty. They can get pretty picky.
Yeah, they can. Yeah.
They do the same probability stuff that these researchers are doing.
Right.
They're gonna get the same information, and it might take that that one big quake, maybe that 6 or 7 quake, that'll finally wake up. Or it might take maybe the voters. I don't know. In Texas, you've got that city in Texas, I think, that had the most wells, the most fracking wells in the state. And then finally, after a couple of years of drought, they want to ban wells. Legislators want to fight them. The oil companies want to fight them. But this is a city. I mean, they've seen the results. They've got a drought now, and so maybe they're finally waking up. The Dyers are gradually, slowly losing, I think, the public relations battle. We saw that with vaccines. They got clobbered.
Yep.
Anybody who now has come out again saying that vaccines cause autism or something, they're an idiot, and everybody knows they're an idiot.
Yeah, they're
we've won that battle.
Yes, seismologically speaking, the center of the country, the real danger is the New Madrid area, just south of St. Louis, and that's from the looks of it a couple hundred miles away. 250 miles away from. Lost you there. And so, if there's any fracking going on over there in the vicinity of the New Madrid Fault, that could be where the real danger is, because that would be a 7 on the Richter scale or whatever they call it now.
Well, there's fracking going on everywhere.
Well,
that's around Arkansas. Is that the site of that huge, the largest earthquake the United States ever had in Arkansas? I think it was
1850, somewhere in that vicinity. Yeah. It would absolutely level St. Louis now.
Yes.
At least tens of thousands would die, if not 100,000, if it happened again.
Yeah, that's also a very good point. When we think of earthquakes, we think of like San Francisco and the damage it could do there. Yeah. What about a place like St. Louis and anyone, on a fault line like that?
Right.
And I don't know anything about that particular fault line, but I think the longer a fault line goes with having smaller earthquakes, it increases the probability of the big one.
Big one, yeah. Yep.
So you want to have those smaller earthquakes.
Yeah, so maybe there's a place for fracking to release the little stresses that build up. That's probably what they would say.
Well, it's you've got the water, you're taking water out of one side, you're putting water in the other. That's causing an interaction.
Yeah. Maybe they need to have some means of determining what the stresses are, and so they can take the same amount of water out or something and keep it in balance. Yeah, I don't know.
Got no idea what they can do.
Yeah.
Well, I know what they should do. Well, yeah, they should stop it. And I think they're gradually being forced to because of economic reasons anyway. Because as long as Saudi Arabia continues to sell oil, then the price of oil continues to stay as low as it is, and fracking just doesn't become economically feasible. That's one of the things about that big pipeline, Dale, up in Canada, that the Koch brothers want. As long as the price of oil stays as low as it is, that's just not economically feasible.
Yep. Yeah, I still don't know why they don't run that pipeline just through British Columbia and out over that way. It'd be a lot shorter. Oh well. And it would lead to the Pacific Ocean where their customer, China, is. By the way, Pamela Sue, that kid is gigantic. He is growing. What are you feeding him down there? Kangaroos?
No, she's only 8.5 kilos and 73.5 centimeters. You'll have to do the conversion.
Gigantic.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. She's a year old now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like a happy gal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's happy and healthy. She just had her annual checkup and all the vaccinations and everything a couple of weeks ago, so she's all good.
So she did get vaccinated.
Of course. I love my child. I want her to live a long and healthy life, so I vaccinate.
There has been talk about making it a law that parents have to have their children vaccinated.
In Australia, they've already brought in Australia, they have to be vaccinated to go to daycare or school, and now they have to be vaccinated if you're on welfare, so you don't get your welfare payments if your kid's not vaccinated. But if you have money, you don't need welfare, and if you homeschool your kid and all that, then you don't have to vaccinate. But if they're homeschooled and not interacting with other people anyway, then they're probably not going to catch anything.
Yeah. I would guess that many of the people I know who homeschool their children, I know you're going to do that, Pamela. They have their kids vaccinated. They completely support it. So the number of people that actually are saying that vaccines aren't healthy is, I think, a relatively small minority, but I don't know how many. Hopefully it's a small minority. Although, as I remember, Justin was talking about a district in California, and it was a fairly rich district in California where the parents aren't having their children vaccinated. Maybe it was 40% of the parents said they weren't having their children. Yeah.
Marin County, north of the Golden Gate Bridge.
And well, you should have something like, you can't send your kid to school if they're not vaccinated against measles, because you're talking about infecting other children in school in the worst possible place.
Right, and whooping cough.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. But I wonder, in a place like Kansas, where the governor wants to stop supporting public schools and wants to have the school system go to all private schools, so that the federal government wouldn't be able to control the schools. Now, I don't think that's going to be legal. He's already lost in court, so he's been mandated by the judge to provide some support. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to stop right here.
Yeah, I see you
throw
got a
in
link to the Gulf of Mexico there.
Okay. Now I'm going to put in. I'm going to put a stopping point right now and talk about my favorite human being in the world right now. That's Jimmy Carter. And I know Pamela in Australia read about his statement, and he writing in the Tennessee mountain land, and this is a guy. I guess he's in his 80s now. If aliens came, if we had to have a convention, or we had to have one person in the human race go to an intergalactic convention to represent the best of humanity, we should pick Jimmy Carter. And this is an article he wrote, and its headline, "Losing My Religion for Equality." And it's women and girls have been discriminated against for too long in a twisted interpretation of the Word of God. I have been a practicing Christian all my life and a deacon and Bible teacher for many years. My faith is a source of strength and comfort to me, as religious beliefs are to hundreds of millions of people around the world. My decision to sever my ties with the Southern Baptist Convention after 6 decades was painful and difficult. It was, however, an unavoidable decision when the convention's leaders quoted a few carefully selected Bible verses, and claiming that Eve was created second to Adam and was responsible for original sin, ordained women must be subservient to their husbands, and prohibited them from serving as deacons, pastors, or chaplains in military service. This view that women are somehow inferior to men is not restricted to one religion or belief. Women are prevented from playing a full and equal role in many faiths, nor tragically does its influence stop at the walls of a church, mosque, synagogue, or temple. This discrimination, unjustifiably attributed to a higher authority, has provided a reason or excuse for the deprivation of humans' equal rights across the world for centuries. At its most repugnant, the belief that women must be subjugated to the wishes of men excuses slavery, violence, forced prostitution, genital mutilation, and national laws that omit rape as a crime. But it also cost millions of girls and women control over their own bodies and lives, and continues to deny them fair access to education, health, employment, and influence within their communities. The impact of these religious beliefs touches every aspect of our lives. They help explain why in many countries boys are educated before girls, why girls are told when and whom they must marry, and when many face enormous and unacceptable risks in pregnancy and childbirth because their basic health needs are not met. In some Islamic countries, women are restricted in their movements, punished for permitting the exposure of an arm or ankle, deprived of education, prohibited from driving a car or competing with a man for a job. If a woman is raped, she is often most severely punished as the guilty party in the crime. The same discriminatory thinking lies behind the continuing gender gap in pay and why there are still so few women in office in the West. The root of this prejudice lays deep in our history, but its impact is felt every day. And it is not women and girls alone who suffers. It damages all of us. The evidence shows that investing in women and girls delivers major benefits for society. An educated woman has healthier children. She is more likely to send them to school. She earns more money and invests when she earns what she earns in her family. It is simply self-defeating for any community to discriminate against half its population. We need to challenge these self-serving and outdated attitudes and practices, as we are seeing in Iran, where women are at the forefront for the battle of democracy and freedom. And I will stop there.
Hear, hear. Well written.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm starting to warm up to Mr. Carter. Never was a big fan, but I'm changing my my attitude towards him.
He's great. He spends a lot of his spare time building homes for the homeless, doesn't he?
Yep. A lot of it.
In his 80s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's awesome.
Yeah, that's the way I've been. If you approach it logically, if you take all of your leaders from 50% of the gene pool, that means you're going to get X number of smart people and X number of idiots. That's the statistical. And so if you include that other 50% of the gene pool, so now you're selecting from the entire gene pool, you're going to get better leaders, and you're also going to get a bunch of idiots, etc. Hello, Justin.
Howdy.
I just read Mr. Jimmy Carter's statement, what he wrote, how he's leaving the church, leaving his church after 60 years. I'll put a link to it for you in the chat area.
But he's probably still going to be spiritual and go to a church of some sort. He's not becoming an atheist by any stretch of the imagination.
Well,
we can hope.
You know people who are members of church. I think Amy. You know Amy Lynn Thompson, who's I don't know if you were part of that the NASA social group maybe. I don't know. So I know people who go to church. They're members of church, but they still believe in science. They certainly still believe in evolution. They certainly still, I mean, they're going to vaccinate their kids and all the rest of it. So just because you use a religion, a spiritual kind of approach to life in your daily life, doesn't mean it has to spill over to, society as a whole.
True. Yeah. In the U.S. South, though, it usually does spill over.
He also made a good point, Jimmy Carter, when he talks about how Scripture is misused and doctrine. Doctrine is what I really, really don't like. It isn't having faith in a God or even believing that after you die you're going to go to heaven. You want to believe it? Hey, that's up to you. But it's trying to make doctrine part of the law. That's when I got to object. That's really that's the problem I have with religion.
Yeah. And the Bible is now the official state book of Kentucky. Oh yeah.
There's a religious group called Red Letter Christians where they only quote only in the Bible where Jesus is quoted directly. That's the only part of the Bible they pay any attention to. And if you do that, what you're getting really, assuming that there was a person called Jesus. I don't know. That's a whole debate.
Yeah, I never met him. Yeah.
But the main thing is, even if you do believe there was a person called Jesus, and you do believe that he was divine, his primary message is, you know, treat humanity equally. You know, live life through love. Nothing to do with doctrine. Doctrine comes from the disciples and all those other people.
Yeah, right.
Justin.
They didn't come from the
guys with the funny hats.
Yeah.
Funnier than mine.
The Bible that we know of came from two versions, two incarnations, basically. One was Constantine, that's when they started writing this stuff down and turned it into an opium for the masses. He had a vision of the cross as a conquering symbol, and then went on to conquer Rome and attributed it to you know, Jesus, you know, his warrior god, right?
Yeah.
This was a god. This is a bloodbath god, right? They took what was not really even much of a religion, because it's hard to tell where their interpretation, not just interpretation, where their creation of Christianity differs from just being a hodgepodge collection of dozens and dozens of other pre-existing religious stories that they amalgamated into one. Stole, borrowed, begged, whatever. Every you know, it's, you look back, this is straight plagiarism. This is the kind of thing that I got to do in junior high school, because I was allowed to stay up late and watch Saturday Night Live. And so that week at school, I could tell all these jokes I heard on Saturday Night Live, and everybody thought I was hilarious because they'd never heard them, right? Same thing. You're talking to a bunch of illiterate farm folk who've never read, don't know how to read, don't have access to these stories. Right? You know, Roman Empire, they could go to Egypt, they grab a story here, they go over here, they grab a story over there. Yeah. They could put stories together these people never heard before that sounded really compelling. And they were written down, which means they must be true, right?
Yeah, right.
So a lot of this was all just invention that was created to serve the needs of an emperor, you know. There's subtle things, you know. They both wanted to attract the Jews to Christianity because it was the king of the Jews, but it was also used to subject because things happened on, like, was he crucified on Passover or something? Like, it was just, they did all these ridiculous things that also condemned them for it.
Let me ask you, you see a guy now, Jimmy Carter. No one can question the fact this is a man of faith. And when you have someone like Jimmy Carter quitting the church, specifically for, you know, some of the because of its doctrine against women.
Right.
Do you think? I mean, that's got to be you think maybe that could be a trend? We're going to start to see a trend.
Well, yeah, but this is I don't want to monopolize this, but
go ahead.
I don't see this as an act of faith. If he maintained faith, he would continue to, you know, go along with the subjugation of women. This is part of your faith. This is your religion. He has secular morality, and his secular morality is trumping his faith-based belief system, because he's realized it's more moral, it's more correct, it's better for society than the religious dogma, the doctrine of the church.
Yep, you're spot on.
So I'd say he's not a man of faith, and it's not. I'd say well, he may have been raised this way. It may have informed some of his stuff, but really, if you look at how he has acted throughout his life, he seems to be much more informed by his secular morality and sense of responsibility to society than he has been by anything that was faith-based. And I think we belittle that if we call him a man of faith and that he's making this as a faith-based decision.
Well, you know, if you pray, you get up in the morning, the first thing you do is pray. And through this prayer, you believe you have a personal interaction with God. That's religious faith. Now you're going to believe that God exists. And the basis for your belief, the evidence for it, is that personal interaction. And I have a lot of Christian friends on Facebook, and that's what they talk about, their personal relationship. And it's you know, you pray, you feel God. You go to church, you feel God.
Right.
And that's faith, and that can lead to a kind of morality. Jimmy Carter's kind of the morality, but that's different than religious doctrine. You know, I'm going to do something. Well, maybe I'll pray, and you know, maybe I'll hope to get something or other. But if a person says, I prayed and God told me to, you know, to bet on the Cubs or something, you know, no. That's that's not going
Right,
to work.
you don't actually want to hear the voice of God, right? You wouldn't want him to interact back. That's a problem. No, it's more like, hey God, leaving another message. Hope you got the last ones I've left every day. Anyway, this one's gonna be brief, right? Like, boop.
It doesn't lead to morality. People don't pray for, you know, an end to world hunger and you know, child infant mortality.
Or
they're
if they
praying
do, it
for
doesn't
a new
work.
car, or you know, that's what they're praying
Yeah.
for. It doesn't lead to morality. I'm just going to cover my daughter's ears here. It just fucking pisses me off. It does not lead to morality. If they were out there praying for, you know, a cure for malaria or something, cool. I might join them. Not that I think it'd do anything, but you know, it can't hurt.
Let's not donate our prayer dollars to the church to do this. Let's donate these prayer dollars to a research project, okay?
Yes.
That might actually freaking do something at the end of it.
Yes, pray with a wallet.
Yeah.
It's the universities that are the problem. If they really were intellectuals, they would convert to churches, and then the money would start pouring in.
That's true. The miracle deal. Man, the guy came up with miracles. That guy gets a gold star. Have a miracle. What is that church in that where you go to pray to get healed? I forget the name of it. I'm blanking on it. But you go and you pray and people 15 out of maybe 50 years it's been there. 15 people have claimed they've been cured or whatever. And none of them ever proved. But they've got an ATM machine right there by the shrine to make sure you're going to be popping in your money.
The Grotto of Lourdes in France,
Yes.
is that what Lourdes? Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah.
Folks, is that the Pentecostals, Ed?
Lourdes
That's Catholic
is
Church.
all Catholic, straight Catholic.
I think Carter may have. Well, he was a Baptist. He quit the Baptist. He has just quit the Baptist church.
Yep.
Okay. I got another environmental story. Now, Justin, you weren't here when we covered in the happiness report how Canadians are the 5th happiest people in the world. So I'm going to make Dale unhappy.
It's all that Labatt's and that poutine, you know? Well,
Yeah, they just never had good weather, so they don't have anything to compare it to.
We just eat lots of bacon and we're sorry about everything.
Back bacon and ice fishing, yeah.
Dale, do you have the story in the chat area by any chance?
Sorry, which one are we doing? What? I need a number. I don't understand anything else other than number.
I'll put it in the chat area so that Richard and Justin can see it.
Yeah, I've got so many windows open right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I want to make sure I'm getting the right.
Losing memory.
Is it just?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah, here we go. DP.
Is it just me, or is Justin's camera not on?
It's just you.
I can see him.
Okay.
He's got the Earth.
Where it says British Petroleum 5-year environmental report with the summary on page 3. Basically, go to page 3, and you can see what the British Petroleum Company says about their cleanup efforts.
Okay. Page 2, page 3. Oh yeah, they probably say how great they are. 5 years have passed since the tragic events of April 20. But we want to put all that behind us and forget about all that. How about you? Yeah.
You have it, Dale?
Yeah, do you want me to read through it? Is that?
Just go to page 3. It's a PFD, I think.
Yeah, I'm on page 3.
Okay. Read it or as much as you think is relevant.
Read it till you
All
want
right.
to hurl.
So, 5 years of investigation. The Gulf of Mexico is rebounding. It's amazing. It's rebounding. This must be from a very worthy source. 5 years have passed since the tragic events of April 20th, 2010, when 11 men lost their lives. Okay, so they're talking about the men that lost their lives. Okay.
Wait a minute. Oh, yes, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
In the aftermath of the accident, BP Exploration and Production, Inc., and federal, state, and local agencies launched an extraordinary response effort to cap the well, capture and remove oil from the water, and minimize impacts. Still, oil escaped into the sea for 87 days, affecting some wildlife and habitats. To begin to understand the environmental impact, within days of the accident, BP and government scientists were in the field evaluating the potential for injury to wildlife and habitats, as well as lost recreational use of these resources. I wonder how many scientists, how many did they have in the field? That'd be interesting to find out. So began the Natural Resource Damage Assessment, the NRDA, the largest such, and you know what? Because it is an acronym, it does make it more important, just so you know.
Very impressive.
So it is very impressive. So from here on, we'll call it the NRDA. So the largest such environmental assessment ever performed to date. The NRDA scientists have conducted more than 240 studies, and BP has spent about $1.3 billion. That's a good number. The assessment is still underway. So, just out of interest, if I type in NRDA in Google, what am I going to find? Am I going to find anything? Natural Resource Damage Assessment. It's on a NOAA.gov website. I just want to go there. I just want to, instead of just reading the topical, I want to dig in a little bit deeper here, so bear with me.
Okay. I'm just watching Pamela Sue make faces at the baby.
So okay, there's more acronyms here. So it's DARRP, Damage Assessment Remediation Restoration Program. They've got some NOAA stuff on the top right that you can search NOAA. There's a NOAA icon at the bottom, but it says the preliminary assessment. Natural resource trustees determine whether injury to public trust resources has occurred. Their work includes collecting about the release on trust resource and severity of injury. If resources are injured, trustees proceed to the next step. So trustees quantify injuries and identify possible restoration projects. Economic and scientific studies assess the injuries to natural resources and the loss. To develop a restoration process to save resources and compensate for their loss of impairment or impairment from the time of the injury to recover. And the final step is restoration. So although the concept of assessing injuries may sound simple, understanding complex ecosystems, the services these ecosystems provide, and the injuries caused by oil and hazardous substances takes time, often years. The season the and motors resources are assessed. Anyway, that's a little bit of a blurb from the NRDA. In addition, so going back to this article, in addition to the NRDA work, scientists working on the spill response guide cleanup operations. This included government studies conducted by multi-agency operational science advisory teams. And again, it's an acronym. So OSAT.
Henceforth, I'll be known as PSTG.
So
yeah,
NERDA
blah,
and
blah,
OSAT.
But you missed the big part, Dale. They already told you the whole story. They spend $1 billion.
Yeah, on public relations.
They spent $1 billion. That's good. They spent $1 billion. They did their part.
Do they purposely write this shit so that you don't
probably around
read it?
$350 billion a year.
That's a PR report, Dale.
So it's a third of a
breaking
percent
up.
of yearly revenue.
Yeah.
Against $1 billion, measly $1 billion to fling at these dead dolphins or whatever it is.
Yeah, Dale, you've been breaking up, so I'll go on from our PR story there, from our friends at British Petroleum. This is an article. This was written in the National Wildlife Federation blog. And I'm going to screen share it because you saw a bunch of statistics in that PR put out by British Petroleum. They showed you a bunch of facts and figures. Well, hopefully you can see the picture there. How's that for evidence of how much progress has been made?
Yeah, really.
And this is from the Wildlife Promise blog, and it's written by Emily Goderi. I can't pronounce her name. Scheitzel, something like that. It's been nearly 5 years since the start of the BP oil disaster, and the negative effects are still being felt. New research conducted over the last few years indicates that the Gulf will likely take years, even decades, to recover. One day after British Petroleum released a report saying the Gulf is on the road to recovery, we took a trip to one of the most impacted areas from the BP oil spill. It's a place called Barataria Bay, Louisiana. From a dead baby dolphin, to devastation at a bird rookery, to active cleanup crews removing tons of oil from barrier islands, we found a very different picture from what BP printed. And they started off at this island called Cat Island, and I think that's a picture from Cat Island.
Yeah.
Let's see. Once a vibrant barrier island covered in brown pelicans, Rosetta spoonbills, terns, and gulls, it was hit hard by the oil during the spill. Today, the island is unrecognizable. The thick mangrove forests are all dead. The island is essentially a small spit of mud with the skeleton remains of vegetation, hosting just a few handfuls of birds. Coastal Louisiana is already losing a football field of land every hour, and the study shows that oil is accelerating this erosion. Then they went to another island called the East Grand Terre, T-E-R-E. Roughly 20 workers were out there cleaning up the oil, and British Petroleum confirmed this latest cleanup was part of a process to remove a 25,000-pound tarmac found in February of 2015. And that's not surprising because 2 years ago they found a 40,000-pound tarmac in the same area. And then even worse, we saw a mother-baby dolphin attempting to resurrect her baby. And I'll show the picture, probably shouldn't. She was surrounded by a group of dolphins, all of them visibly in distress. On that same day, The Lens, another paper, reported that 2 dead adult bottlenose dolphins washed up on nearby Queen Bee Island. We don't know why these particular dolphins died, but we do know that NOAA has determined bottlenose dolphins in the area of Pattaya Bay are sick, very sick. They have symptoms of oil exposure, unusual lung masses, adrenal gland problems, even teeth are falling out. Based on the study, NOAA concluded health effects seen in Pattaya Bay dolphins are significantly and likely will lead to reduced survival and ability to reproduce. There are also dolphin deaths in Louisiana 4 times higher than average, and high numbers of stillborn and premature dolphins found in the Gulf since 2010.
You know what, Ed? We're all part of the problem, right?
Yeah, we've all got
I think we all
gas.
We all have investments in pensions, in oil companies. We don't like it, what's happening with oil, the oil spill. It's terrible, it's awful, but responsible, right? Aren't we? We all want cheap gas. You know, we're all kind of responsible for it. We can't just point our finger at the oil companies. I think it's all of us.
Well, if it's all of you, I can point my fingers at everyone.
I'd love to see that.
Right. So, yeah, right. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all have investments. We all have different things, but
I
guess
I am not
most important
invested in a single oil company. I can tell you that.
Sorry.
But yeah, I drive a car.
Yeah.
So
yeah, for sure.
in that respect, yes. But I think one difference may be that we at least talk up the idea of doing something else. Right? Talk up the idea of making less of an impact, less of an imprint. Try to do it in little ways. I mean, all the cars in our fleet of cars for home are hybrids, at least. So we're trying to get the most out of the gas that we're using.
Good for you.
And yeah, like I'd actively oppose the Keystone Pipeline even if it made the oil or gas prices go up. I'd rather pay high gas prices than have oil pipelines running everywhere. Well, they already are, but have more of them. Who wouldn't trade a nickel a gallon, a quarter a gallon, $1 a gallon to take the BP oil spill back?
That takes me to a recent article that I just saw that Scientific American put out. I just put it in the chat area. And they claim the age of wind and solar is closer than you think.
Cool.
That's breaking news? Because I feel like I've heard that for 30 years.
I believe it is. I think it's getting closer.
I think it's already here. It's just always getting better, I guess. The age where we're really relying completely on it, I think, is a leap. I think we already screwed up and put in the moratorium on nuclear power plants. Yeah. I think that, in retrospect, is the greenest energy we could have possibly gotten. That would have made electric cars much more feasible. Everything else much more possible with electricity through good old-fashioned atom splitting science. But without that, we're going to have to do something else. And wind and solar, I think solar is going to be able to manifest itself much easier than wind. I still don't get... There's areas that I know of that are always windy, like Benicia, California, which it makes sense that they should just... Any houses there, they should tear down and just put windmills. That's just all that belongs there. The trees literally grow at an angle in Benicia because the wind coming through this little valley of hills never stops. Trees grow at like a 45-degree angle because they're just constantly getting pushed over. perfect place for wind. But the sun shines everywhere, pretty much everywhere. And if a place as far north as Germany can be so reliant on solar, you know, and we've got this huge stretch of, you know, sunshine and throughout the southwest, certainly of the United States, seems like we could do it pretty quickly and pretty easily.
Yep.
Well, the last paragraph, they said the transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy will not occur overnight, and it will not escape recurring setbacks. Nevertheless,
you know, Justin, if you could go into that little Wayback Machine, back to when they were start building cars, and you had the Stanley Steamer, and the Stanley Steamer was the hottest car on the road. And they had that race in Daytona, and the Stanley Steamer easily could beat any car, but something happened, and the engine blew up. And the car manufacturers immediately jumped on that and said, steam-driven cars are not safe. And that one stupid accident probably completely changed, and we went over to the internal combustion engine with gasoline, etc. And that put us on this road. Yeah.
Well, I don't know enough about you're pressurizing an engine. I don't know what's going on with the steam engine. I have no idea, right? But what I go to is, I think the oil is a great intermediary. I mean, it was easy power, easy access. We fueled generations of technology and progress and whatever else came along with it. But now we know that we understand the cost and is not a benefit to us. We need to switch. The thing is, it's going to be tough. And here's the problem with it. You know, like, what's the biggest energy company you can think of? Who's the biggest energy? BP?
BP, Exxon, Shell.
Or Exxon, right? Okay. Here's the thing. Those are not energy companies.
Those are oil companies, yeah.
They're mining companies.
Right.
They're drilling, extraction, and a network of distribution. They're not into energy. They could give a shit about energy. They don't make anything. They don't make any products that you use. They don't create or license technology that's sold to the public. They mine crude oil and deliver it. And there's some refining involved. But again, this isn't licensed to us. They're not making anything specifically for the product, but this end thing, this end mined the oil and gas, right? So their operation has nothing to do with energy. In fact, it's something it would be like, okay, it would be kind of like Apple going, which I've heard rumors of, you know what, we're going to make a car. We're going to get into the car business. On top of that, Apple's going to start drilling for oil. How weird would that be? Make no freaking sense, right? Makes as much sense for Apple to go start drilling for oil as it does for Exxon or BP to create technology that you can put on your roof that would harness electricity for your house. They're not involved in that game. They're not interested in that game. That's nothing even close to the industry they're in. They're a mining company, primarily. That's what all their resource and investment and all their contracts have to do. So it's not going to be those companies that are going to be involved in this. In fact, the longer that other companies, nobody else can get up and running, the longer their business model survives. The thing that they're invested in that nobody... Because you can't, even if you want to, well, maybe, depending, I guess, where you live, you might have the right location. Put a drill in your backyard and start pumping oil out. Be self-sufficient, right? Got to rely on the oil companies finding it in the bottom of the Gulf. God, like, who's going there? But you could buy technology from X, Y, or Z company, put that in your backyard or on your roof, and be gaining electricity from that. And that's a game that they can't. That's something they'll never compete in.
Yep.
Well, increasingly we're going to electrical cars.
We can only hope.
I'm going to guess certainly in 10 years. You're in the car business, Justin, but I'm going to say in 10 years, the majority of cars are going to be electric. It just makes sense.
How many electrical cars are there out there right now, like that are pure electric, where the engine is more of just a generator?
The Nissan Leaf is one.
Well, no. So that's kind of describing a hybrid.
Okay.
You're talking about the engine, having an engine. But yeah, Nissan Leaf. There's a Honda Fit EV. There's the Toyota RAV4 EV. There's of course all of Tesla and is it the Volt? Oh, even though it's got a small gas. It has a small gas backup thingy, I think, on the Volt. But
yeah. Chevy Volt.
Yeah, I think it's primarily electric vehicle, not a hybrid. It's just got a little. I think it's got a little like 1 or 2 gallon gas tank to recharge the battery if it runs out of juice or something.
Basically, runs a gas-powered generator. Yeah.
Lots of hybrids, though, they're out there. Everybody's coming up with a hybrid version of this, that, and the other. And, you know, once that takes over, for the first time, we're really not, even though we go up a magnitude every 10 years. So, you know, in 1980, we used as much gas as we'd used in the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s put together. And then we got to the 90s, and we used as much as the 80s, 90s, 70s, all the way back. 2000, we used as much as we used in the 90s, plus all the way back. So we keep going up for all the gas we've ever used over the history in the United States. We use again in the next 10 years. We've sort of slowed that down. We've slowed that down quite a bit with in the last 10 years as fuel mileage of cars has gone way up. This was actually the Cash for Clunkers thing, which was like a stimulus program by Obama. It was actually a brainchild of the Department of Energy. They had initially wanted to do this and were told we can't pay for that. It's ridiculous. But they wanted to do it to get more efficient cars on the road. Because that was one of the stipulations. You're trading in this old car that got poor gas mileage. Your next car had to have at least this much gas mileage. What was it? Who was it? The National something Highway Safety folks said, yeah, this is great. There'll be safer cars on the road as well. So they got behind it, and then we had the need of stimulus to throw money at people to stimulate the economy and the auto industry. So all of that came together to put the cash for clunkers on the road. But that was part of the whole reasoning for it from the Department of Energy's perspective. Got to get these old gas guzzlers off the road and put high efficiency cars or higher efficiency cars on the road. So it has slowed down a little, quite a bit our growth factor, magnitude growth factor, but still. We need better alternatives. So the electric cars are coming. Tesla is really the forefront. They're the one to watch. They're the one. I mean, it's expensive cars now, but they're plotting sometime maybe next year or the year after, $35,000 to $40,000 priced sedan electric car with a 300+ mile range. If they nail that, then they're really jumping into the full domestic market. With a competitive car that will blow away hybrids, because you can buy hybrids for $40,000 that aren't going to be as cool or get as good gas mileage. So
I just wish Tesla had started with a $20,000 or $15,000 little VW Beetle kind of a thing.
Right. So now, if they were, this is what's wild though. If they were Toyota or Honda or GM, they could have.
Yeah.
They could have spent the $1 billion in research and development. And the Prius, Toyota lost money on the first 300,000 Priuses that were on the road, something like that. Didn't start recouping, that was sort of like the break-even point. Now this car's got, millions of cars on the road. It's the most successful car they've ever made, ever built, right? But yeah, that's a big company. Now, Tesla is starting up. They could never have had, even with all of Elon Musk's money, had the deep enough pockets to do that. What they could do was create these really expensive sports cars and still lose money. They were losing money when people were spending $150,000 on the car. you know, they did it right, and also when you do it that way, they're you know, it's sort of like BMW drivers. BMW drivers will spend $100,000 on their BMW and not expect it to work. Expect all the oh good, all the dash lights came in. I get to take it to the shop and drive some other car for a while. So they had this thing where they'd come out and they'd pick up your car and give you another one, and they take it back and figure out what went wrong, and then they bring you the car back fixed, and everything was under warranty. And it was a brilliant strategy because they got to research and develop with the cars out there on the road still. And yeah, so I mean they did what they. So I don't blame them for that. They couldn't have gotten to the point where they could start attacking the domestic market. I think if they'd started with something like that, or unless they did something like Chrysler's god-awful gem car thingy.
You said the Prius is one of their biggest sellers, no?
It is. Well, for a long while, for many years, it was the top-selling sedan in Northern California.
Wow.
Yeah, there are. I mean, the city that I'm in, Davis, has always been a lot of Priuses, but there was a time when you could what do you call it? Play the Spot the Prius game, and you could get up to 10 or 11 going across town. Now it's 2 or 3 every block. I mean, it's ridiculous. There's so many of those things here. But yeah, it's been massively successful endeavor. So money loser for the first 300,000 or so, but.
So that's in Davis. So Davis is a very small community.
College town, huh?
So does that sort of kind of correlate across to the rest of the U.S. or because I know California has been very.
So Northern California is going to include mostly I'm talking Bay Area, San Francisco, North Bay, East Bay, South Bay. I was surprised to find probably half of the taxis in New York were a Prius.
How about that?
Yeah. The other half seemed to be Highlanders. They were like all Toyota though. They're pretty much all of the cabs were Toyota, but almost every other one I saw was a Prius. And there's sort of regions where some cars, I guess technically the best-selling car in California is Honda. Most of the country it's either Ford or Chevy. But if you're just talking about single model of car that gets sold the most in Northern California, single model, it was the Prius for years and years. I don't know if they're still doing that because I don't get to see I don't work for Toyota anymore, so I don't get to see their numbers anymore.
Oh, I didn't know you worked for Toyota. Cool.
Worked for Toyota, Honda, and Dodge, and Kia over the years.
I worked for Toyota when I was 17, 18.
Oh. Cool.
That was a while ago now. But,
Yeah, we've got 3 Hondas and 1 Toyota in our family.
Yeah, I've got a 15-year-old Toyota. What Justin told me last week, the Echo will last forever, which I certainly hope it does. So.
The most bulletproof car Toyota ever made.
Yeah, my daughter has an Echo.
Yeah, least required services per 1,000 cars, or least problems per 1,000 car of anything Toyota's ever made.
Cool.
I was looking at Wikipedia, put a link in the chat area, and California accounts for 40% of all plug-in cars sold in the country. The U.S. market of plug-in electric cars increased from, 0.14% in 2011 to 0.37%, and then it went in 12, 0.162% in 2013. So it's a very small part of the market. I thought it was much bigger. But
well, that's plug-in cars, though.
Yeah.
You know. I mean,
plug-in
that's not
hybrids.
Including the hybrids.
Yeah.
Right.
Or
Yes.
Maybe just the plug-in hybrids and the fully electrics.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Prius. Toyota's Prius, that's a pretty high-selling car.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you include hybrids, the numbers are much higher. Once you have charging stations near you, now if you have the garage, you got the money, you put the plug-in whole thing, and then you can charge the car yourself, you're good to go. But most people are going to be relying, just like gas, they're going to be relying going to a gas station, an electric charging station. No? You're shaking your head.
No. Charge it at home.
Well, yeah. So near term, yeah. So sorry. Near term, like there's a Target in this town that has like one whole row of charging stations. Well, no, hybrid parking. It's got 2 or 3 charging stations, 4 charging stations altogether, I think, in that parking lot. So you can pull up there, plug in, go do your shopping, come out. Some of the dealerships have them. The city has a couple. They're not everywhere. They're not at the gas stations, by the way. Yeah. Now, I don't think ultimately they're going to be at the gas stations. I think ultimately the gas station goes away. It may still exist as a convenience store, but if we were all electric cars tomorrow, there would be no reason to have a gas station.
Right.
You have every other parking spot. Look, I can go to this Thai restaurant or this Indian restaurant. Well, at the Thai restaurant, they put in a bunch of charging stations that run off their solar panels. So when you go there, you get to charge the car up for free. I'm going there. So really, it's not much of an investment. It's in the $10,000 range or so for businesses to provide these charging stations. So it's no longer going to be you have to go to the place to fuel up. It's pretty much wherever you park, there's going to be a charging station, right? If you're at a business, it may be free. If you're not at a business, they might charge you for the city or whoever's providing it. But the infrastructure problem there is really simple because all you need to do is run some wires and you've got a charging station, right? That can show up anywhere across the country tomorrow if the electric car was in full production. Bigger problem if you're talking about hydrogen cars or natural gas cars. Natural gas you can fill up at home if you've got the garage with the water heater, but and that one will fill up, at specific stations. You could have gas stations that were doing that. Same thing with the hydrogen stations. You'd have to go to the station. There is an idea of quicker charging by doing swap-outable batteries. So then you've got, you would contract basically with you probably just couldn't go anywhere because you've got this core charge and you want to get credited for the energy that's on there that you didn't use and stuff like that. So then you're contracted with Chevron or you're contracted with Arco. But it wouldn't be Chevron or Arco. It would be, Zap or, Tesla or Spark or whoever was doing your battery swap, right? And so those stations might start taking over gas stations. The decrepit gas station that shut down because it was across the street from another gas station, and there was another gas station even down the street. One of those goes out, and you put the Spark recharge station in there instead. So there's one possibility that you'd still have a fueling station kind of a thing. But how hard would it be for McDonald's to put a charging station outside of all of its restaurants? And if Burger King across the street didn't do it, then people wouldn't go there.
On the Jersey Turnpike, there are these rest stops where you can get gas, and there's also McDonald's, and they've got Tesla recharging stations.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're just driving around town, like the Prius, you're talking the hybrids, you can get about 15 miles on a charge. So if you're just riding around town, that's okay. But if you want to take a trip, that's when you have to use the gasoline part of the car. But if it's that easy, inexpensive to set up a charging station, because electric cars are going up, sales are going up, that's what they're going to do. Because gas stations are kind of going out of business where I live. That's why they had to put up the grocery store practically to bring in enough customers.
Right, and because they only make a few cents per gallon at the station itself, anyway.
Right.
The
credit card, they actually lose money selling the gas.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I would imagine a charging station, that could even be cheaper. What are they paying? I don't know about the, build it. I have no idea. But now you're just drawing electricity. You don't have a truck coming and putting gasoline into your big tank or whatever.
Oh, those tanks have to be swapped out. What is it? Every 6 years, 7 years? That's like $100,000, $150,000 job to have that done. More than that, maybe even now. I got an old number. I got a number from 20 years ago. So those tanks, because they only last so long before they leak.
Yeah.
The whole tank that's holding the fuel that's why every once in a while your local gas station's got the caution tape wrapped around it, and they're like, oh, they're under construction. What did they do? And next day it just looks like a gas station again. That's what they're doing. They're probably changing out all the tanks. So yeah, what if they don't have that expense every so many years? Then it's just paid for itself right there.
The United States has been behind the times, because I read Norway, the highest selling car in Norway is an electric car. And so in Scandinavian countries anyway, electric cars, very, very popular. Finland, where our friend Yanni lives, very, very popular. More popular than your your gas-driven cars. United States, though, we tend to be lagging. But I mean, like you said, if you can build that charging station cheaply and make a little bit of money off it, you do it. And I mean, the electric cars are so superior in so many ways that, I mean, the maintenance cost on an electric car is so much less than it is on a gas-driven car. And you look at the economics involved, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Which is also partly why there is probably some resistance from the auto industry. No maintenance, that's where they make the money. They don't make money selling you a car. They make money
parts
on maintenance over time. Well, sometimes we make a little bit of money selling you a car. But for the most part, it's the maintenance over time.
Okay, Justin, I want to clear something up. Okay? Now, I don't remember what it was. You telling me you're a patriotic American, a good old flag-waving patriotic American. And I happen to mention I'm not a patriotic American. So tell me, Justin, what kind of cars do you sell? Do you sell a good old American Ford?
Well, Honda's made in California.
Yeah, I sell the most made in America brand of car on the market today. Honda.
All right, okay, I'll give you that. Okay.
There's more. If you want a Mexico-made car, if you want a Canada-made car, you can go to Ford, you can go to Chrysler, you can go to Chevy. But if you want a car made in America, come to Honda.
Konnichiwa.
I am going to change the subject slightly because there's a real interesting bit of news coming out of Manhattan. Now,
nothing ever happens there.
Yeah, I'm going to have to apologize to you guys. Our link in the chat area got screwed up, so that when I was trying to see if this video feed was showing up in the chat area, it wasn't. It was some feed from some Muslim country. I don't know what the heck it was. So I pressed a few buttons. I don't know. Apologies to everybody. It's working fine now. I certainly hope this stupid thing gets recorded so that other people can watch it. So as a result, I have lost all the links. I'm going to have to give you the link on this next story.
Plug in electric.
There we go. I promise it's coming. It's coming. Fingers crossed. And here we go. Okay.
There it is.
Now we got this judge, Stony Brook University, in Manhattan, USA, New York City, New York, USA. They have these two chimpanzees in custody. They got Hercules and Leo in custody. Now it says here they may have them in cages. Okay. An animal rights group has sued and said these chimpanzees, they're entitled to their own freedom, or basically that. I'll get it, and you'll see that when I read the whole story. But that's what it comes down to, is this animal rights group suing so that these two chimpanzees can have their freedom that they should have. Well, a Justice Barbara Jaffe of the New York Superior Court has directed Stony Brook to say why you got these two chimpanzees caged up. Now, she hasn't ruled. She hasn't ruled yet, but she's asking, it's going to go to trial, and she's asking Stony Brook University to explain why they are holding these two chimps, and it's going to be a May 6th hearing. And I'm going to read from the story now. Whether it's a great day for apes, however, remains to be seen. Justice Jaffe's decision was largely administrative, largely administrative, and gave little if any indication of her feelings on the merits of the case. Animal rights supporters initially hailed it as a major breakthrough, citing the inclusion of Justice Jaffe's orders of the words "writ of habeas corpus." Habeas corpus for a couple of chimpanzees. A legal means to address the unlawful detention of prisoners. But as the news spread, Justice Jaffe amended it Tuesday, striking language about a writ and emphasizing this is simply a formal way of directing the university to her courtroom to present its case. All this does is allow the parties to argue their case. Still, supporters seem emboldened by the judge's decision to sign off on the order, which was drafted. It's the Non-Human Rights Project. They're promoting legal theory that some animals, such as chimps, are legal persons with the right to bodily liberty. Recent legal efforts have not been successful in New York. Blah, blah, blah. Still in her 3-page order, Justice Jaffe did set the hearing on Hercules and Leo. Free Hercules! Free Hercules and Leo! Critics of the animal rights movement argument expressed dismay at Justice Jaffe had granted the hearing. Non-human animals do not have legal rights any more than they have legal responsibilities. For a court to hold otherwise would be a tremendously adverse legal and moral implications for mankind.
The slippery slope.
Some legal experts, however, seem to offer support for the idea that animals can file suit, or people can file on their behalf, for their freedom. Somebody by the name of Mr. Tribe, that's what it says, added that Justice Jaffe's decision was a legally sound and suitably cautious step forward in the struggle to extend legal protections, whether or not we are ready to crown these others with the title of human person. There you go. Free the chimps. Or elect them to Congress, either way.
Yeah, I already did. Somebody did.
I've decided to go along with this decision. Well, there hasn't been a decision yet, but I'm going along with the case. I'm in favor of personhood for all animals. I just realized why.
And why is that, Justin?
To get rid of pets. Because then it becomes illegal for us to own them. End animal slavery. Nobody can have pets.
You don't own a dog, you live with a dog.
No, you own. It's your pet. It's your pet.
You adopt
determine what it eats. You determine what's inside and outside.
You pay an administration fee so you can adopt them.
You adopt children. You don't adopt pets.
Because they have no say, there is no meeting of the minds, and therefore, end all animal slavery. Humans no longer are allowed to have pets. Get rid of all the cats in my neighborhood. Get rid of all the people walking their dog off leash at the park. Yes, finally, we can get rid of all pets.
It's just another form of slavery, isn't it?
Yes, that's what I think.
Yeah,
No.
What's the difference?
Only with our cat, it seems like we're the slaves and it's the master.
Right, actually, we may need the liberation there, right? Liberate all humans from our cat oppressor overlords.
But in not that long ago in human history, some people had other people in leashes, and we're appalled by images of that when we see it. It's disgusting. What's the difference?
Are you
Well, by
are you
that
talking
logic,
about
then no one
are you
should
talking
have
about
a
Abu
leash.
Ghraib, or are you talking about 50 Shades of Grey? Which are you? Oh, is it not? Is it something more?
If it's
I didn't know what you were referring to. But look,
if it's consensual, that's different. I'm talking about the.
I can't believe you thought Abu Ghraib was consensual. But anyway, that's.
50 Shades of Abu Ghraib. Now we're getting somewhere.
Oh no. Oh no. So. All right, wait. What was
I'll
it?
have to make a fake movie poster for that.
So I guess I understand. I understand. Like, okay, you've decided that you're gonna focus on things that have some chromosomal difference from you to protect, not other humans. You're not lobbying for better treatment of human prisoners or something like this, but you're saying free these chimpanzees. Well, I understand if you're worried about their well-being and just want to do a welfare check to make sure, find some mechanism for that. But these are in captivity chimps. Whose custody are you expecting them to be released to? Are they going back to the wild? Are these you?
No,
think
Justin,
these
you don't
chimps
get
free
it.
in Central Park? Like, where do you think they go from here?
They get their own apartments. They get like a stipend, and they get a job, and they're completely free, right? They're just part of the workforce now. Just
That's
like
not
all
what's
humans
happened
are
in
free to
slavery.
work. Humans are free to work. That's all they're free to do. It's to work.
But are you, Justin, were you talking to me before and saying that I've chosen animals over humans? No, why can't I advocate for both?
No, I wasn't saying
just-
you. I was saying the
okay.
people bringing the case.
Because we're just another animal. That's my whole. That's why I don't eat animals. We're just another animal. I don't see the point. I don't see the difference between eating, a cow's kid and my own kid. I'm not going to eat my own kid, so why would I eat a cow's kid?
Thankfully, I see a very big difference between eating a cow and eating my children. But that's just
now that you
Hamsters
say it
eat
like
their
that.
own kids.
sense of being on the planet, and not yours. Yours apparently is different.
I advocate
now I'm
all
afraid for your child.
animals.
But no, here's the thing though. Why not go after every pet owner on the planet as having a pet in captivity? Oh, you've got a goldfish in an aquarium. It can't leave the house. Oh, you're illegally detaining this fish.
Yeah.
Stop. Now
Unlawful detainer. That's it.
Yeah.
So I don't get why do people put birds in cages? That's just insane. Why do people put fish in bowls?
It's so they can't
Yeah.
crap all over
I
your
can't think of
house.
anything more cruel.
Okay, I will defend the aquarium owners, some of them. Not the goldfish bowl in the bowl. That's stupid. But if you've
Why
got
would
a
you do
whole
that?
ecosystem, a good aquarium is an entire ecosystem that supports fish to the fish, as best as I can tell. They're not making any sign language or anything. They seem nice and happily swimming around, and you got vegetation, and they're fed,
Clearly, you've never
and they're
seen
mating with
Finding
each other,
Nemo.
and I see nothing wrong with aquariums.
Okay, has everyone here seen Free Willy?
That was a mammal, not a fish. First of all.
Was anyone No, this is a freedom issue, right? Is anyone actually hoping that he wouldn't make the jump and stay
Okay,
in captivity?
forget Free Willy. Have you seen Blackfish?
Yes,
No.
best movie ever.
I had nightmares after I watched that movie.
Right? Me too. No, I did too. I had like orca come to get me dreams.
Yeah, seriously. I was
Yeah.
like, ah.
Was anyone actually hoping that the orca wouldn't make the jump and would stay in captivity?
Did the orca actually make the jump in the real life story? I don't think it did.
No,
I don't-
actually they left the damn Willy behind in Ecuador or wherever the hell they filmed it, and it died.
That was a different version of
captivity.
Free Willy.
That was
That's a
the
different
true
version.
story.
That's like 50 Shades of Willie.
This is getting out of control.
But what I'm saying is, no, you didn't hope the orchestrate. You're like, come on, he can do it, and then he gets free, and you're like, whoa, that's awesome, right? You all wanted the whale to make it.
I was just checking to make sure I was zipped up and I didn't have a free willy.
Yeah, right. Oh, how did this happen?
And what's happening, however, is our ability to communicate with animals. Okay, so that's something like a gorilla and a chimpanzee. They can do sign language. They can be taught sign language. They can communicate through computer technology, so they can speak for themselves in effect. So I would say that's different legally than, let's say, your mouse or cat or whatever. Now they can make themselves known by clawing your leg or something, but they can't talk to you in any way, that we can really understand with precision. But chimpanzee and gorillas, as I say, they can. So because they can communicate, I would say there would legally be a difference between them and other lab animals. Now, I also say that if you go to some of these gorillas and chimpanzees in a zoo, hey, they're hanging out, they're getting fed, hey, they can screw around all they want because they want them to make babies so they can go sell them to another zoo. Heck, they might say, I ain't going back to Africa, man. So some of the animals may say.
I have a question.
Okay.
If the chimpanzees gain their freedom and they're able to raise $2,000, are they able to live on Science Island?
Yes.
Wait, didn't we have like an? Weren't we gonna do like an education litmus test of some sort? Wasn't there gonna be an entry exam?
Well, wait a minute.
I'm sure
that was
most
to vote.
chimpanzees could pass that exam.
Like I see.
That was
I don't know. Chimpanzees are pound for pound like 6 times stronger than humans. I'm sure they could do some work for us.
Look. We'll have if we've got Blair on board. Blair can run, and it can be like she can zoo it out, and then we can get sued ourselves for harboring them.
Yeah, but imagine the
no, we
publicity we'll
rescued them from a lab, and they'll be like, yeah, but now you have them living in captivity. Like, what? Do you think that when we drop these apes off in the jungle somewhere where you don't even know where they came from, drop them off in the jungle, they will die. They will die.
Just like all dogs and cats will die. Well, maybe not cats, but all dogs will die if they're just released into the wild.
That's not true. They'll eat trash.
I don't think anyone
But
would think
it'll
that
be
was a good
natural.
idea. Just release them all.
Yeah, in the wild,
But what about
completely
just
isolated from
not
humans.
putting any more in captivity from now on, and letting the ones that are already in captivity and can't be released live out their natural lives, and end it? Don't just end it tomorrow, because that would be inhumane.
So you want animal genocide because most of those pets will not exist as a species anymore. Do this.
They
Yes.
won't exist. What?
Without
Yes.
being fed by humans.
Free all pets.
They just starve.
What are you talking about? I didn't say. No, I didn't say.
No, I think
free
he's
them
talking to
all.
me. I'm saying
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, you're
Right,
saying
right.
that.
Yes.
If you just look after the ones that are already there, but don't make any more, don't put any more in captivity.
So you're putting population control on a species' right to breed, and you're wiping them all out. Is what you're saying.
But aren't responsible pet owners desexing their dogs and cats anyway, so they're not breeding?
I mean, there are those that breed them.
Yeah, define responsible.
That's how you adopt one. Is you find a breeder.
Not necessarily, but.
I mean, you could find a stray and just take it in, but
But why are people
we did.
adopting them? I mean, I
because
understand.
they
I
want
understand rescuing.
companionship.
Well, that's a bit sad, isn't it? I mean, maybe they should get some therapy. I understand rescuing animals, but if your only companion is a cat, maybe you need to look at your life.
I think that's a really elitist point of view.
Really?
There's a man with a cat.
I don't have a cat.
deathly allergic.
I'm deathly allergic to cats, fucker.
No, I've done the whole
Whoa,
rescue
yeah,
thing,
real
but
quick.
I would never go and intentionally get one, from a pet store or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just so this is side rambling, but so yeah, I think most of these claims are usually ridiculous about liberating as though every life form has no use to science, shouldn't be used for science, preventing science from being done. Primate centers and doctors that worked at primate centers have been attacked. The primate center here at UC Davis has it's a fortress. High metal gates all the way around, surveillance equipment everywhere. They're worried about enviro terrorism. So this is a pretty serious thing. So they're getting sued to liberate the thing, what have you. Okay, great. So I think what it comes down to is I don't mind, in one level, don't mind a welfare check. I don't mind, and I don't mean like the welfare that you live off welfare, but I'm talking about like going and making sure the animals are being well treated, being treated humanely, making sure that there is some recourse for somebody who's really concerned to get handed a sheet of paper showing that, proper things are being done in the treatment of these animals in an ethical way. Right? But beyond that, this is ludicrous.
I don't know. I somewhat disagree with you. And it comes down to the ability of the other animal to reasonably clearly make its intentions known. You got like these two I don't know if the two chimpanzees, if they knew sign language or something, and you bring them into the court and they say, "Get me the heck out of this cage" or something like that. They make it clearly known. They're saying, these people are hooking us to electrodes. At that point, I think if the animal can make its way known, then I think you have to treat it like almost like a human being in that respect. And if the human rights group says, "Listen, we'll take these two chimpanzees who have been locked up and we'll put them in this nice open area," and maybe somebody has to go and make sure it's a nice open area, and maybe eventually let them loose in, Africa, whatever. As long as you reach the point where the animal can communicate with us, we've got to treat that animal differently, I think. Now, if you're talking about, rats and mice, or, that we're doing terrible things too. And in that case, I'm saying, okay, I'd rather have it done to a rat first instead of a person. So I'm sorry. I'm not going to defend the rats. But if we ever got to the point where a rat could make itself known, I don't know. We got to revisit the question. I'm sorry. And by that time, we will have models. All of our testing, we won't need animals for testing anymore. It's all going to be computer algorithms and whatever.
At some point, I totally agree with you, Ed. But until then, science will be done with heaps of animal carcasses in its wake. Like this is it's and I've worked with researchers who work with animals and they're studying, and it's tough for them. They've got to be kind of crass about it in a way because there was a researcher that was working with dogs because he was working on hip replacements. Right, and
Dale has a point. They don't really work with them; they work above them.
No. The thing is, this is a guy who owns a dog, has a dog at home that is a member of the family and sleeps in the family bed. And here he's got dogs that he's doing this hip surgery on, and after the surgery, the dogs are destroyed. Beyond, it's one of these things where it's like, it was telling me, it's like it's really hard, but if you don't do this, you don't know if it's going to work. And you can't practice on humans.
Eventually, perhaps the laws will become more lax where you can just clone humans and work on them that way.
Organ farms, dude.
Organ farms, man. Organ farms.
Yes, that will be. Well, but not on everyone. We won't do the experiments at just the epsilon.
We won't attach a brain, which will really skew the results with like placebo effect and whatnot. But
well, yeah, or no, we'll do it on not the epsilons. Actually, the epsilons are slightly too intelligent. We'll do it on the deltas.
Yeah,
right.
You know,
pretty soon it'll be-
yeah, maybe the
pretty soon
gammas.
it'll be-
Maybe the gammas. It's good to be a gamma, right? Being a gamma
pretty
is good.
soon, this
Not
whole
too
thing is
smart.
going to need to.
Not too bright,
This whole-
just right.
Graham is better than a dam.
Go ahead, Dale. You're going to say something?
I said if we're not careful, this whole thing is going to lead to craziness like head transplants and these sorts of things.
You know, head transplants only work if the head was not injured during the death, and the other guy died of a head injury.
I for once, I'm going to defend Pamela. At least I'm getting confused here, but I think I'm defending Pamela. Ed was kind of saying that, like a rat, for instance, if a rat can defend its case. So is what you're commenting on a level of intelligence? So if something doesn't show a level of intelligence, then we can go ahead and do testing on it. But could that not creep right into the human race itself? And if somebody doesn't meet a certain level of intelligence, we should be able to experiment on them. And at what level are you going to make that?
Testing the animal before.
Well, I'm putting humans above. Humans are number one. Humans are that special state. You got a separate set of laws that deal with just humans.
No, what's the test?
And I would set it at an IQ of 70.
The Turing test. Okay, yeah, we have to give the animal the Turing test.
But I'll tell you what, I'm not a pacifist or
Hey, that's
anything.
fine.
Somebody gets convicted of raping a woman, 2 rapes. Yeah, you know what? I'd say let's free the chimpanzees and let's experiment on the rapist.
That's it. I'll be right.
And I think you're going a bit far on that one.
I don't think this has anything to do with science or islands.
Of course not. This is what we talk about. So here's a question for you. On the route that Ed was just going, but not quite the same topic. So in the animal kingdoms, most pregnancies happen because of rape. If we give everybody human status, does that mean we have to patrol the animal kingdom so that no one's raping anybody anymore? Does that make sense?
You got to have to teach them first. You got to give them a shot. You got to go to those male koalas. Okay, male koalas.
If you're
Come on,
teaching
give the
them,
ladies a
aren't
break.
you preventing their basic natural instincts?
No.
And therefore,
When a
demeaning their
hen
species as a whole?
when a hen is ready to be mounted, she crouches. I mean, it's not all rape, no.
Yeah.
It's mostly rape.
No, it's not. Have you watched animals? They give signals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't go up and say, "Hey, baby, here's the key to my house."
Dr. Kiki would disagree with you. I think Blair would disagree with you as well. I've heard them say this
what
in
I've
the
observed.
podcast.
I'm not worried about that. But I wouldn't say most at all, no.
I mean, there are females that reject certain males.
Right.
So like that. Offers some,
Hey guys, look at this photo I just found. I was looking for a story about animal communication. There was something about baboons or something like that.
Bonobos?
Maybe it was bonobos. So something just a couple of weeks ago. They figured out the communication of baboons or something like that. And so I was looking on Google News for that. Didn't find it, but I found this picture. I mean, you go full screen if you can, Ed. It's a real picture. It looks like something from a sci-fi movie.
I only see green.
And then we get goatee.
I can't see anything, unfortunately. Maybe it's
Oh.
because I'm on a phone as opposed to a computer.
Ah. At any rate, it looks like a flying saucer, but it's not. It's the Navy's new unmanned aerial vehicle being refueled by a tanker
Mm.
Oh, I've seen that.
over the Chesapeake Bay. It looks like. At any rate.
Cool. Anyway, oh yeah.
I do have one problem with
No,
letting like the cat's free, the birds are going to get wiped out.
They'll get hurt. Yeah.
So,
They'll get
Adapt or
hammered.
die, bitches.
if you go into a neighborhood, I mean, a lot of cats.
Don't be on Ed's side.
Cats do adopt people.
What's that
Cats
say?
know the crazy cat lady. They know where she is. They know where there are people that are feeding cats. And you open up the door, you're going to have more cats coming in than you're going to have leaving.
Yep. Oh yeah, they know a good thing when they see it. Yep.
All right. We seem to have hit a pause until Justin comes back, and I'm sure we can continue the discussion. And I wanted to
Getting my baby to feed. Sorry.
feeding your baby. Okay, that's an important thing. Your baby.
I have a
are
solution
human.
to all of these problems. Get rid of humanity, and none of this will be a problem anymore.
I just made a person. I'm not getting rid of her yet.
I just made a person.
Mm-hmm.
I would argue that people have to make themselves.
All right. This is an article, and it's a hypothesis, I guess you'd call it, maybe just an idea, that autism is an evolutionary experiment, and that high-functioning autistic people really represent and will be a greater percentage of the population, because that particular skill, the skills they have, the ability they have to focus, very extreme focus on something, is exactly what the kind of skill you need for like laboratory work, for computers, etc. In any event, these Ohio State University researchers, they have uncovered the first evidence of a genetic link between prodigy and autism. The scientists found that child prodigies in their sample share some of the same genetic variations with people who have autism. They confirm a hypothesis by Joanna Ruthitz or something like that. In a previous study, she found that half of her prodigies in their sample had a family member or a first or second degree relative with an autism diagnosis. This new study provides a solid basis for identifying a linkage. There's a lot more to be learned, as Christopher Bartlett of the Nationwide Children's Hospital and Associate Professor of Pediatrics at Ohio State. We haven't identified the mutations, but we have found that there's something in this region of chromosome 1 that is the same with both prodigies and their family members with autism. The human heredity study involved not only 5 child prodigies and their families. Each of the prodigies had received national or international recognition for a specific skill. All took tests to confirm their abilities. The researchers took saliva samples from the prodigies and from between 4 and 14 of each of the prodigies' family members. Each prodigy had between 1 and 5 family members in the study who had received a diagnosis on the autism spectrum.
Wow.
DNA was extracted from the saliva, and the researchers sequenced the AXOME, exome or something, the segment of DNA containing the 1 or 2% of genes that make proteins. The researchers plan to follow up with full genome sequencing, which will reveal more information about the genetic mutations that the prodigies share with people with autism. What we found here was just an indication that there's something similar in the genetic makeup of prodigies and their family members with autism.
So there's hope for Sheldon yet. Sheldon on Big Bang Theory.
Do you know that actor is like 40 years old?
Yeah.
So this is kind of cool study there, Ed.
Yeah.
Because there's
Smoking
been
gun.
a correlation for years that's been noticed out here in California and the Palo Alto area.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to have a high instance of let me get that little shot there. They have a high instance
Canadian mist.
Yeah.
Alcohol use.
They have a high instance of autism rates, and it's like, whoa, why is this? Blah blah blah. Is it in the water? Is it this? Is that? And chances are, it's just because that which selects people who are really good at managing information or gravitate towards high-functioning careers in information technology. As a flip side of that genetic inherited ability is autism. It's also the rates are higher amongst doctors. Doctors have more autistic children than the general public. So people who have, gravitated to information are able to, work with large bodies of information easily. Somewhere in that genetic makeup, the flip side of these same genes is autism. And it's kind of interesting because there was I was at a poetry reading once. This woman who has a child with autism wrote a book about her. And one of the things, it was just one passage in one of the things, I think it was called Dark Passages or something like this. One of the things she mentioned, though, was, she's like looking at her son, and he seems to be just zoned out because he's staring at the ceiling. Right? And she sort of like asks him, if he's there. And he spits out a number. And she goes, "What's that mean?" And he goes, "The number of dots on the ceiling."
Wow.
And it was like a textured ceiling, like what are those, like office phone? What is it called?
Acoustic tile.
Yeah, it was like the acoustic tiles on a you see in offices with the little dots all over. Mm-hmm. And so he is looking up and calculating the number of dots.
Yep. Figure out how many tiles there were and how many dots per tile.
How many on the thing, and he's just this is what his entertainment is. He's seeing all the dots, and that's a major focus, so he's completely absorbed in it. And he's just sort of head back in the chair, drooling a little, I guess, right? And looks as though nothing is going on. Yet he's doing this massive data management thing, calculation, in his head, right? So there's lots of correlative stuff and lots of things like this. The fact that they're delving into, the actual genes that are present in the autistic versus the Prodigy channel. It's very interesting.
Isn't there something that where the more analytical you are, the less social you tend to be, and the more social you tend to be, the less analytical you are?
Probably.
I would buy that. Absolutely. I mean, I would buy that in my personal, my existence on the planet would verify that.
I mean, because I've noticed that as I become more social, I think I'm being less analytical.
Yeah, and some of my most brilliant, analytical-minded people are completely antisocial.
Right.
Can I just say that I think that's more. It's not an intention because I'm a very analytical person, and I'm quite antisocial simply because I can't be bothered spending time with idiots. So if everyone else was more analytical, I'm serious. I would be more social. I get, if you look after yourself, you get 80 years on this planet, right? Give or take a bit. And I don't want to spend it with idiots. So I'd rather just, stay home and read a book than hang out with idiots. But if I could hang out with a bunch of other analytical people, I'd be very social.
Yeah, that was sort of my mother. that was very much my mother. My mother's favorite quote, like things that I will never forget my mother ever saying, was that regardless of what you've ever heard, you do not need to suffer fools. And I've always loved that because just don't put up with annoying, boring people.
Yep.
Don't get cornered at a party when somebody wants to talk NASCAR. or is describing the 8th hole on a course that you've never been to or would ever go to. Like, just don't put up with it. You don't have to. There's nothing that says you must.
Yeah, life is too short for boring friends or people and bad wine.
Hey, are you guys trying
like
to say
wine.
that I should go?
No, you're not boring.
No,
Oh, I'm boring.
See, if I could hang out with you guys all the time, I'd be much more social.
Well, they do have these things, Pamela, called skeptics in the pub. You might find them quite enlightening. There are also science events that are held in pubs and places where there's...
I encourage you all to
and
find your
drinking.
local hackerspace.
That works. Mm-hmm.
You may have
I just
heard
hang
in
out
the
with my
background
baby,
me
she's
talking
fun.
to my friend Scott.
Science
quite
Cafe.
analytical.
That's Science Cafe. That's what they're
And
called.
okay, as long as we're doing it, I would encourage all of you to look up your local swingers club. There's probably a chapter at your local Motel 6.
That's the Canadian mist
No, please don't do that. Please don't. That would be bad advice.
I've heard on more than one occasion that Mensa is strictly a dating club. That's all it is. Mensa is just a dating club for people with high intelligence, or can score high on an intelligence.
Let me put this
Don't
is
you
my
get discounts on
perspective
stuff
of Mensa.
too, though?
Hookups.
Everybody who I've known who's claimed Mensa high IQ Mensa status, I've destroyed in chess. Right? So
I'm
that's
just bad at chess to begin with, so that's not saying much.
well, yeah, but that's my one recourse. It's my poor man's gold to being stuck with a measly 138 IQ.
No comment.
What is
Yeah.
going on with the baby over there?
You see, Justin, people who would be normal good chess players, they got a terrific memory. They think of these particular moves, and you don't. You were talking about, you just, make some silly little move. They're not expecting it. They don't know what to do. It's not logical.
Mm-hmm.
Justin, you have a single...
and we slightly misrepresented me there, Ed.
Okay.
What I've done, when I played, you're right. I take no time in my move. I try to make my move after their move as quickly as possible. But I'm planning, I'm strategizing all of their next move, just their next move. I'm not looking too deep down the board. I'm not looking 7 moves down. I'm just assuming if they did this, what would be my favorite move? And as soon as they move, I've already got the move planned. Boom, I go. Then they're like, oh, that was quick. Now now it's in their court again, and they've got to think about their next move. They've got to look at what I've done, analyze it. The whole time they're doing that, I'm plotting my next move too. And also making small talk, which is really annoying.
See, I take it a totally different approach. I just randomly move pieces and see what goes down. Most of the time I lose, but sometimes I throw them
Park
off
my
the
truck
van.
on my lawn.
But part of it is also to play stupid. That's also a part of it, right? I went to a charity poker event 2 nights ago. First thing I did when I sat down, Siri, show me the ranking of poker hands. Oh, there we go.
I wish I knew more about that.
Oh, I've got British. She doesn't play poker apparently. Yeah, no, here it is. Best to worst. Okay, there we go. Poker listings. So everybody at the table's like, all right, we got a good one here. Then I also don't look at my down cards. Like we were playing Hold'em, they give you the 2 down, and then I just didn't look at them. And they're like, aren't you gonna look at your cards? I was like, why? Well, so then you know what you got. I'm like, oh, I don't even know. It won't help. It'll just I'm better just running with luck. And I figured out a long time ago, if you don't prejudge your down cards, you have a much higher percentage of winning. If you look at them and go, oh, 4 and a jack, that's crap, fold. And then the flop comes and there's like a jack and 2 4s, and you had the nut. You had a full house, and you threw it away because you thought that wasn't a good hand. Everybody who stays in thinking they have a good hand limits the number of possible hands that are going to be good that you'll have to go up against, and so you at least wait till the flop before you judge your card.
Interesting.
Different strategies. You know, I haven't played that much Hold'em. I played a lot of poker, but draw is kind of a stupid game, really. But you're really playing against the person anyway, and
Exactly.
that's exactly what you're playing against the person. What you got in the hole doesn't make any difference. You're just playing against the other guy.
Well, yeah, and then I can watch everybody. And here's the thing: the guy with pocket aces, yeah, I'd like another. He doesn't care what anybody else has. He doesn't care to look around the table and see who's reacting how. He's like, oh, I'll have another drink over here. Yeah, I'll talk about whatever. I don't even need to look at my cards again. The guy who's got like pair of jacks, pair of tens, maybe. He's really okay. I got matched, but who's got better match? I got to look around the table and find out. Right? And so you can kind of see who's actually in it and who's actually not got a hand by whether or not they care what anybody else has. But yeah, I also realized I have a lot of tells. Like I did this. I lived with a guy who was a what do you call it? The blackjack dealer in Las Vegas. We lived in LA, but he would fly back and work for a couple weeks and then come back, a couple weeks off. But he had this incredible VHS collection on poker tells. So you could, like, you know, if eyes dart this way, if this person does this, notice after their hand. You're supposed to record their behavior if they're tapping their hand. There was one guy, actually, this is a real story that was in person. This wasn't on the videos. But when he had a good hand, he would put his chips in with his right hand. When he was bluffing, he put the chips in with his left hand. He didn't know it.
It's a really bad tell, man.
Huge tell. That's a huge tell. But what I realized is I got really nervous when I had a good hand, and I got really sort of like different kind of like nervous when I was bluffing. So that's why that's why I started not looking at my cards. It was like, okay, then I won't have a tell. You can read nothing from me. You can read anything you want from me. I don't even know what my freaking cards are. It's gonna be wrong.
Yeah, I play, like, I never fold. I play every hand exactly the same, and I stare everyone down. And I usually win or come second, at least.
Want to go on to another study, or does anybody have any questions or any comments about Science Island?
So are we or are we not allowing chimpanzees to live in Science Island?
We'd have to ask Blair.
Okay.
This is going to be her responsibility. I'm not feeding, cleaning, getting close to, near, nothing. I want nothing to do with the chimpanzees. If the things I'd be raising, the animals I would raise and create a home for on Science Island, maybe
Dogs.
not both, but either ravens or owls. I want something that's going to go around eating mice and snakes.
Owls.
Owls, yeah, except
will
I'm
do
wondering, like, if you can, because I don't think you can put too many owls close together unless they're like the burrowing field owl, maybe. I don't know how many you can get. Like, I know you could get a murder of crows. But I don't know, like, if you can have more than one owl per 10 acres or whatever. I don't know how big a territory and how much they'd eat, right? So I got to figure that out. There's more research needs to be done. And then, having, like, the raven, we could incorporate them and, like, make them do tricks and put them through experiments because they're, like, super intelligent bird, right? The other one is, what was the other one? What was the other? There was another. Now I can't remember what the other animal. Well, chickens, of course, and something else.
Does
No,
Science
ducks have
Island
better
a
eggs.
plan? Does Science Island have a plan for ocean level rise?
Yeah, we were talking about
we're
this
on a
last week.
mountain.
We want to be on
We're
top
on a
of a hill.
mountain. Yeah, we're on a mountain so that the ocean rises around us, and then we have an actual island.
Yeah, so that's kind of the inside joke. It's not an island right now.
It will eventually be an island.
But it will be. We want to be.
Or we could just take over Antarctica and call that our island.
No, it's not going to be there. It's going to disappear beneath us. I've
No,
got
Justin,
Greenland.
we did
Greenland
that. We
would be
did
fun.
that map.
Oh,
Remember that map we did about sea level rise?
Oh, yeah.
Apparently not.
I
There's
kind of
mountains.
yeah. I kind of remember the sea level rise thing. But yeah, the inland valley would be destroyed. I think a good foothill. That's all you really need. Good ridge line between, doesn't have to be a mountain. If you go up into the Sierras, the Rockies, I'm sure you're fine. I don't know if you need to go that far though.
You need to put all your buildings, your homes, make them mobile, so you can move from one place to another fairly easily. You don't have to worry about it. You just move. Living in one fixed spot, you can always have a problem.
I remember the other things that we would raise. We would raise ladybugs, crickets for food for Ed's food project.
Yep.
We'd practice cooking with different ways of preparing cricket for the mass consumption. We'd have
shrimp.
fish. We'd have fish in an aquarium type setting. Peter
I prefer
beware.
plankton.
With our what you call aquaponics.
Insects are the most efficient source of protein you can find anywhere.
I just want to make sure that we can grind them down to the point where I don't find a leg.
You can make flour. You can make flour out of ground up insect.
I think that would be pretty awesome, actually.
Grind up the insect.
Has anybody here read the Millennial Project?
I don't read anymore, so
no.
Has anybody here read Andy Weir's The Martian?
I have.
I have it somewhere.
He's coming to Johnson Space Center on the 29th, and I'm getting his autograph.
I hate you. That's fantastic. I could hardly put that book down. It took me 2 days.
Oh no, I've listened to it like 6 times already.
That is exactly the kind of thinking we would need on a science island.
Andy Weir is
one, you have the plan,
citizen.
but the plan's not going to work. So you just got the plan, and when it doesn't work, you better be ready to do something else.
Okay, here's the location for Science Island.
Okay, Richard, have you read this book? I got this. This was sent to me via the publishers for review, I guess, by TWIS.
Yep.
I haven't read it yet. Is it?
You'll like it, and it's being made into a movie that'll come out at Christmas time. And
by the time I get around to reading it, okay.
This is a book you won't be able to put down.
Really? Okay, sweet.
Yeah,
so this is my project for this week. I'll start carrying that around.
Oh yeah, you'll want to read that.
All right.
Yeah.
Justin, as soon as you open the first page, you'll have finished the book by the time you put it down.
All right.
I'm
not we have a reading of the opening page that is so compelling that one cannot put it down.
Yeah, read the first sentence.
Yeah.
Map of Mars.
Okay, that's not the first sentence.
Yeah.
I love it already.
Thought so.
I'm pretty much fucked. That's my considered opinion. Fucked. 6 days into what should be the greatest month of my life, and it's turned into a nightmare. I don't even know who'll read this. I guess someone will find it eventually, maybe 100 years from now. For the record, I didn't die on Sol 6. Certainly the rest of the crew thought I did, and I can't blame them. Maybe there'll be a day of national mourning for me, and my Wikipedia page will say, Mark Watney is the only human being to have died on Mars. And it'll be right, probably, because I'll surely die here. Just not on Sol 6, where everyone thinks I did. See, where do I begin? The Ares program. Mankind reaching out to Mars to send people to another planet for the very first time and expand the horizons of humanity, blah, blah, blah. The Ares one crew did their thing and came back heroes. They got the parades and fame and love of the world. I'm just gonna read a little bit more. That's all.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. I like it already, so I'll delve in.
Yeah, well, that first sentence kind of says it all. I'm fucked.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the kind of thinking I'm thinking of. What is it, Apollo 13, where they had the explosion on the spacecraft?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then they just have to make stuff up. I love that.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thinking where, you're sitting in the room and the guy says, here's what we got. Do something. Build a purifier.
Yeah.
Too bad it was a round peg that had to fit in a square hole. Luckily, they learned from that mistake in the book.
No, we're talking about, diversity on Science Island. We're going to have a couple of chimpanzees. Okay.
Apparently. So thanks.
The hardest thing about something like that is who to say no to. And what happens if you're someone who's not fitting in and you got to kick them off the island? Unless you've got that psychopath. I guess you got to have one psychopath. That one, semi-autistic psychopath.
The executioner.
Yeah.
So we're covered if Justin shows up.
Oh yeah, every community needs a psychopath.
Right. Right. This is also why whenever I fly, I bring a bomb with me. I smuggle a bomb aboard the plane. Because the chances of somebody having a bomb on a plane that you're on is 1 in a billion. But the chances of 2 people on a plane having a bomb is like 1 in 50 trillion. So just for my own security, I always bring a bomb aboard every flight.
Good luck taking a flight from now on, Justin.
Right? So yeah, I'm probably doomed now, right? I'm on the list. I love you, NASA. I do. I really
You
do.
were already on that list.
So,
It's not NASA,
okay,
it's
so
NSA.
I don't think it's as hard as we think to kick people off the island. I think it'll be exceedingly easy.
Okay, we got Pamela. I know that.
Very difficult. Because I think it should require a super majority kind of a thing. And I think, this is just, there occasionally are people who you just can't deal with on this planet. You didn't realize it when you met them. Maybe there was a clue. Maybe you ignored it. And eventually, over time, you're like, yeah, this is a problem. But, what is society's method of doing this? Right? What is society at large's method? Society at large's method is you don't have to interact with the people. You can stop talking to your neighbor down the street. You can ignore that one coworker pretty much throughout the day until you absolutely have to interact, and you can keep it all work-based. So,
depends on the size of the community.
Exactly. It depends on the size of the community and the investment in the thing and everything. And part of it, too, is like, I think there's going to be a good place for people not getting along. I think it's okay. I think it's okay to have some personalities on Science Island that really don't, get each other or that rub each other the wrong way. This is true in any workplace you've ever had. This is true in any relationship you've ever had. This is true of the person you've loved the most in your life. There's times when you just can't stand them. And so, part of it I think is going to be able to have just enough land to not have to be their neighbor if you don't want to. Right? Or to choose different jobs that don't interact with them as much. These things are always
Don't forget, what's the first criteria we have for getting onto the island is money. You got $2,000, you're in.
Oh, yeah. It's not a lot of money.
Isn't necessarily the best criteria.
No, look. We're not asking for $200,000. We're not asking for a thing that really strips most people from their economic ability to join the island, right? The threshold is pretty low.
Yes.
Pretty low. So, on that note, if we're going to talk money, I'm starting to look into individuals I've got contact with or had contact with who could front the loan end of the purchase. Meaning somebody who's bought and sold land, owns land, has the finances which they could actually buy a chunk of land somewhere and immediately sell it to us. Right? Because part of the problem is going to be, which I found in
or rent to own it to us.
Huh?
Or rent to own it to us.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Because part of the problem is it's really hard to buy land without all of the cash up front. If we had all the cash up front, we could just buy it. That's great. But that's still difficult to do. If you don't, well, it's difficult to do if you don't have enough for the whole thing. And right now, we don't have enough for a whole anything. Right now, how much have we actually, Ed as the treasurer of Science Island, how much have we collected thus far?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
$5?
0.
Okay, so far we have zero money
of up to $20,000. So we have people have committed, said they will contribute $20,000.
Okay.
That's the IOU.
Yeah. So right now we have
money,
a soft commitment of 20 grand. General real estate principal for land, you could probably get a financing deal. I could probably swing this thing for about 4 times that. So that's talking like $80,000 of land, which isn't much land.
No.
Yeah.
Unless we got a
And the
loan
closer
and that was
it
our
is
down
to where
payment.
we want to have it, the less that $80,000 is going to buy us.
So
And we're
actually,
going
yeah,
in the middle of
and actually,
nowhere.
we
You
can
can
talk
get,
about this. That Dunnigan, California, which is within striking distance of UC Davis. Maybe it's a half hour away. That's actually, in a sense, the most attractive. So we had this one. What is it? 246 acres for like 150 grand. But it's what I think turns into marshland after the snow frost, for one. But it's also really far away from all civilization. Even though it's close to a major highway artery, it's really far away from anything. It's several hours away. The other raw land that's butted up against Mendocino National Forest is 4 hours away from a city that has, I think, a movie theater. Right? So this one, half hour away, but it's only 11 acres. So then we got to start thinking more vertical, thinking really more, and it's actually in a way a better Science Island project if it's close to major centers of population where we can create a thing that is off-grid, self-sufficient, and be close enough for people to, on a Sunday afternoon, drive over and take a look. Right? Because the whole idea is a big part of the idea is not only that we build an off-grid thing where we're for our own principles of being off-grid and self-sustaining and all that, doing it ourselves, but that we can show, that we can be a learning place where people can come visit and take a tour and go like, wow, there's other ways of doing these things. And here it is physically actually working. You can go in on that 100-degree day and feel the temperature difference inside one of these dwellings with the convection air conditioner that's dropping the temperature down to 70 degrees inside, right? Without electricity involved. Like the idea that it's a learning, sort of like a learning farm or a learning habitat in a way, is more important, I think, than having vast acreage where we can live so far away from each other that we don't have to smell each other's cooking, right? I think it's more important that it's close. So that 11 acres that's close is actually my favorite property now that we've looked at to date.
Okay. For the initial group of people, which as far as I can tell, 10 or 20 people so far,
Well, it's 10 if it was only 20,000 down.
then 11 acres is really fine. The question, I mean, the central question there is, okay, he buys the land, who's going to sign the loan note for Science Island?
Right. So
Does that mean each of us becomes responsible for part of that debt?
no.
We taking on personal debt?
No. So the way I would arrange it, most likely, if I'm thinking about like the 3 different sources I could hit up for this, is basically it would be their knowledge of me that would make it happen. So I would sign this. I would basically be signing the loan myself, but it wouldn't be through a bank. It would be through a personal contract, right?
Wow. You'd send a note for $80,000, basically.
No, it'd be more like if we're talking, we've got. All right, let's get optimistic and say we can get 20 people to commit.
Okay.
At 40 grand, and the property that we were talking about, that's 11 acres, is 200 grand. That's within the moonshot, as it were, of being possible. If I could come up with a 40 grand down payment to hand over to the guy who would buy the property, and then sign me up for a 15 to 20 year payback program, that would be doable. Then we're talking about a monthly payment in the range probably of $1,500. It's doable. Well, if you live there. If you're doing it on top of all
it's
your
not
other
doable for me, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Right?
If you've got a job, it's doable. If you're retired, not so much.
Yeah, and it's within range. It's within range of being a doable thing. So that's what I was.
Wait. Is that $1,500 a month total for everybody, or for each person?
No, it'd be $1,500 a month for me, and hopefully some other people kicked in some money.
Okay,
Right.
so you gotta get
that's totally doable.
Right. So part of that is as long as TWIS keeps going, although I'm still not received any money from TWIS, but the trajectory payment I should be receiving at some point is about $500 a month. So that gets dedicated to the cause right away. So then the remainder is about $1,000, which, as long as I get a little help, I'll be able to do that on a monthly. Right?
Raising money is really, really tough.
What is
I
that?
had a friend, that charity that I support in Colombia,
Uh-huh.
the guy basically had to go home. He was doing great for a lot of years, but then it's just hard to get people to contribute money to an orphanage. So the orphanage is still there. They're basically scraping by. So if money, that gives you an idea of how hard it is. Well, you're in a car business, how hard it is to raise money for something that's not income producing.
Yeah.
People can't say, but.
Well, and I mean, my gosh, look at Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa raised multi-millions of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
And yet none of her charities could afford anything better than mud hut, dirt floor, and cots.
Yeah.
No medicine. I mean, really.
Yeah, the money
overhead
did not go to the
create
poor.
a mud hut in India is, you don't think of it, it's multi-millions of dollars apparently.
Now, if we could convince people, remember, just like the church did, if we can say, okay, we've got this
And
magic
do you want
pool.
to start a religion?
Hey, yes,
Hey, you work for L. Ron Hubbard.
the science.
That's the
make
problem.
it a religion.
I want
That's
to
the
call it
best shot we got.
Scientology.
If we just make it
It's not even
science,
taken.
silly science. Nobody's going to put money in science.
I kind of like that because I do like the religion that's headed by a guy named Ron. Because I feel like I can relate to that a little bit better. Right? So yeah. Don Draper. Yeah, we're gonna create a religion around Don Draper from Mad Men.
Yeah.
It's like Don, Ron, like guys you can like. That's a man's man. Like I can relate to that guy. Jesus, I don't know who this guy is. I've never met any. Jesus, I've met a few Jesuses. Actually, my I guess it's my ex-wife now, commented how hilarious it was. She pointed out, and I hadn't noticed it. I didn't notice it, but at the time, I worked with a Jesus, a Mohammed, and a Moses.
You had all the bases covered.
She's like, you're like working in biblical times at the dealership. I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, you got Jesus, you got Mohammed, and you got Moses all working with you. I'm like, oh yeah, huh? So what does that make me? And she goes, I think you know.
When I was, my first job was in a payroll department, and every week check went out, and the woman's, I forget, Frances Immaculate Conception Durant.
Nice.
Immaculate Conception.
Now, do you know what the Immaculate Conception is?
I think I do, but the way you're asking that question, I've got.
Maybe you know something we don't.
No, most people get it wrong.
Okay. That's Mary.
Right.
Well, you know,
But what about Mary?
God waving the magic wand, so to speak, and she's pregnant.
No, that's the virgin birth.
Well, it's before she actually gave birth.
Oh, that's Jesus.
When she's pregnant.
No,
Then she
no,
was pregnant for a
Mary.
time, and
I think
then she
Mary
gave
is
birth.
the Immaculate Conception, right? Isn't Mary's birth without sin the Immaculate Conception?
Oh, when she was born.
Yeah. People get that. I think that's the one that people
You're
get.
right.
There's the Immaculate
Didn't think of
Conception,
that.
and then there's the virgin birth, and they're two separate events.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't good enough for just Jesus to have been born without sex. Mary also had to be born without sin.
Mm.
It's all confusing when you're making.
Or maybe she's
up
just
and
messing
shit,
around.
You have
Who
to
knows?
keep retracting stuff. Oh god. So like, okay, so yeah, I have no fear of taking on personal debt for this thing. I guess the thing I would want to get built into, I guess the thing I'd have to get built into our 40 grand. I think we need to knock it up to about 50 grand before I could do this.
50 grand, 55, 60,
Well-
66, 6,000. Give me 70.
Well, I think for me to be willing to take on the
mantle.
I don't know if it's a mantle, because that's
No,
something
I don't
above
think it's a mantle.
fireplace, right?
You're taking on the risk.
No, just the unanswered, like, because I'm not a very detail-oriented person. I'm not the analyst. I'm the social butterfly. So I don't really know whether or not people will contribute beyond the point of the thing existing. So I think my one thing that I would want to make sure I got locked in before anything else is I would want to be able to have enough, somewhere in the 10 grand range to put the shipping containers, a couple of the shipping containers out there, throw a little electrical and drywall into it, what have you, so that I could actually live on the island day one. If I can live on the island day one, I'll pay that $1,000 a month thing as I'm doing in rent for all this bullshit around me as it is. Not a problem.
You're close enough where you could still work for your
I could still, yeah. I'd be in striking range of my children and their schools and the the work thing that I do where I'm selling cars. I'd be striking distance from the civilization that I know now that I could continue to maintain the bill for the property if nobody else contributed a penny. And that's the sort of risk I like, where it's doable.
You're a risk taker.
No, I'm not. I'm a bad gambler. I'm like, am I guaranteed to win? No. Okay, I need better odds.
See, this is Justin's way of getting the house he's always dreamed of, but not having a house per se.
Yes. This is a ginormous scam on my part. You're right. Why did you have to? I had everything within the palm of my hand. this moment, and then you took it all away. No, because as soon as anybody says, you know what, Justin, coming to move in with you on the island, I had to pay half the rent. Perfect. Perfect. Hey, and if a third person moves in, guess what, Ed? Because you're probably the first person to come with. Right?
No,
Guess
I'll be
what,
there.
Ed? Now we're paying a third of the VIG for this thing. Fourth person materializes, shows up. Yeah, I'm going to stake some ground here too. Let's roll forward. Now that $1,000 a month that I was paying for the overhead, just with it beyond, above and beyond, just got knocked down to $250 a month. The fifth person that shows up, it's not as big. It's $50 a month less for each of us, and now there's this fifth person here. But now it's only $200 a month. As that thing rolls forward, it becomes stupid, right? We get to 10 people. What is it? $100 a month?
Each one of those 10 people who comes has to have enough money to build their own home.
Yeah, but
11 acres is going to get kind of crowded there.
No. Again. In the early stages, it will be subsistence farmer village. It will be Stone Age. We're going to start with the Stone Age. It's going to be very primitive. Exactly. Yes.
We're gonna be like gnomes.
I think that was supposed to go through your nose, not through your ears. Okay. Anyway. At the beginning.
No, it's gonna be like gnomes in WoW, where you start with stones, then you build bronze, then you go into the Iron Age.
Exactly.
You have your full-on factory machinery.
And you build towers that shoot arrows at things, right? Wait, what is that part? No, that's a tower defense. Hang on, I'm thinking of something else. So this is the thing. Like, okay, so I'm comfortable contributing $1,000 a month, right? So if I'm paying overhead VIG of $200 a month, where's that other $800 a month go? Well, maybe this month it goes, or maybe for the next 3 months, it goes to solar panel array. Maybe the 3 months after that, it goes to a water system that actually allows everybody to take a hot shower. Right?
Cold showers are healthier. We should outlaw hot showers.
Justin, are these the sale points?
Well, no, but I guess the point is,
I'm going to live there for 4 months and I'm not going to have a hot shower.
I guess the point is.
You're not designing the brochure.
No, okay, yeah, I'll get walkthrough the brochure. But I guess
Patrick, anyway, he went to college for that. So.
That housing costs $1,000 a month. Just call it that. But the actual overhead
That's what I'm paying right now, man. It sucks.
The actual overhead to the bank, whatever, is $200 a month. That means $800 a month goes to improvements. And if you could actually conceive of $800 a month going directly to improvements of your current location in any way, shape, or form that you can imagine this. All right, maybe 1 month it's to a big screen TV. Okay, fine. Okay, that's cool. You got that, right? Entertainment's important too. Next month it maybe goes to a wicked-ass, like, sauna room. Like, that would only take about $800, right? Build a little room that you could go in and take a sauna. But then that's always there. That's there the next month and the next month and the next month. Next month it goes to, what else can you do? Another solar panel. Okay, great. We're completely off the grid electrically now. Well, we can't play electric guitars with the full amp. We can't go up to 10. But the month after we can, right?
Well,
the month after that we go up to 12.
Right. So increments, but as soon as you, like, straight out own your land or are paying very little overhead just to be there, the rest of it, if you still commit to, like, a reasonable rent rate, the rest of it can go to improvements. The rest of it can go to stuff that takes you further away from dependence on electric grid, on food network, on everything else. I mean, one of my first projects, the first thing I would want to build beyond a shelter thing, right? Don't get rained on or whatever. Have a place to sleep that's dry. One thing I'd want to like work on would be indoor gardening. And when I say indoor, I mean like a gigantic industrial-sized greenhouse,
Which you could sleep in.
well, yeah, this is the other thing. Like, you could sleep there. Well, part of the thing too is part of the construct where I've gotten the most local interest, at least. I understand everybody who I'm talking to now would be coming from a long, far way away. But I've got the $2,000 a month interest from a lot of locals who would be interested in the place as recreation, as sort of campground, as sort of get away with the kids, let them run amok, dig holes in the ground, spend time gardening, farming, doing that sort of rural life, and then come back to the suburbs. So there could be a decent percentage of Science Island citizens who actually doesn't live there full time, who isn't daily invested, but is willing to kick in that sort of timeshare couple of $100 a month just to maintain their vacation recreation spot.
Hey, I may drop off just for a bit while I'm driving home.
All right, let's do a quick 10-minute timeout while I go outside and admire the stars.
You mean smoke?
No, I'm gonna go
taking a
look.
leak.
No, star watching. You gotta do it every night, otherwise you forget where they were.
All right, I'll be back on in a bit.
Goodness gracious.
Richard, your opportunity. What have you been working on lately?
Well, here, let me pull up screen share. I'll show you what I've been doing for the last frigging year. That's why I've been so scarce around here. I don't know if have you got that graphic on a full screen here? I see you myself on the
I see
screen.
it. I've enlarged your picture.
Good. Yeah, see that's a company called Indigo Night. You'll find them at indigonight.com on the internet. And my job was to take the basic information that the customers would indicate at the website. They would pick a date and a time, and we'd do the time if we could, but a day of a month and a year and whatnot, like somebody's birth date or a wedding anniversary, and they would pick a location. They'd say, Boston or New York, or if they said, they'd look through the pictures and say, well, our wedding night was in the Canadian Northwoods, so they'd pick something. And so you can see this graphic here. We've got the Milky Way arching through, and it's a particular date, and the names of the people down there. Let me pull it up so I can read it again. Yeah, our wedding night sky, and so you got the moon low there with its reflection on the water. That sort of thing. That's kind of what I've been
You taking the picture, or you are?
It's a computer graphic.
Computer graphic. Okay.
Yep. Let me see if I can pull up here's a
cool.
Here's a close-up of one that I had done. It actually looks like it might be a bit stretched compared, but you can see you've got the moon and Venus, and these rocks they're all just basically graphic. The moon is a photograph of the moon, but it's been modified because it's the same photograph of the moon whether it's full or first quarter, and this is just after sunset. The sun's gone down. Venus is always close to the sun, and so this little crescent of the moon, part of the moon. Have you got my crosshairs visible there?
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah. And so that's
interesting that the sun is almost exactly aligned between the two large outcroppings, the two large rocks.
Well, that's not the sun. That's Venus. The sun is below the horizon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so we got Venus there.
That's
and,
Venus. Okay.
That's Venus, yeah, and I got a little have a little bit of horizontal and vertical play, and so I positioned it that way. And so
Okay.
the shadow of the rock here on the water, and those shadows there, I put them in manually. And this little dark zone here, where the top of the wave is lit by the sun, by the Venus and the moon, and this isn't a reflection. I had to do that I do that stuff manually, and so this is just one little part of a bigger picture. So that's kind of what I've been doing for the last year. And then I got laid off. It happens.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Yep.
That's one of the reasons why the United States is 15th in happiness, I think. Not any higher.
That's all right. I'm still the editor of the 365 Days of Astronomy podcast, and that keeps me busy. And yeah, my basic skill set was video editing, and so the audio I do in my video editing software, Final Cut Pro on the Mac. So I just
Just about anything we see now on television and movies, it's all computer graphics.
Well, it can be, yeah, but the easiest way is to take a camera and point it at something and have it happen right there. It's done. The computer graphic stuff takes a long time to do. The effects, though, is that's definitely that's computer graphic these days.
Yeah.
But anyway, so those graphics are what I've been up to, and we'll have a couple of these large pictures that are going to be door prizes at the CosmoQuest Hangoutathon this weekend.
You had an astronomy club, as I recall, where you met.
Astronaut. Okay, just backwards.
Met periodically. Was it weekly or?
Yeah, every month. First Wednesday of every month at McCormick Observatory at UVA here in sunny Charlottesville, Virginia. Well, it was sunny today, anyway.
Oh, yeah. We're finally getting warmer weather. Pamela's gradually getting colder weather, but we are gradually getting warmer weather.
Yeah, the heater went on a couple of days ago, in the evening for a few hours before bed, and in the morning again. It's getting cold here. It was 4 degrees at, I think, 8 a.m. yesterday morning. 4 degrees Celsius, that is.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Nippy on the tippy. Yep, it's going to get colder.
Yeah.
And there's a picture of me at the business end of the 26-inch refractor at McCormick Observatory. And some Girl Scout. I do a lot of presentations to Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and whatnot.
That's great.
That's one of the Girl Scouts there looking at Jupiter or Saturn or something or other. Yep. Keeps me busy.
You guys must have been excited about Hubble. 25th anniversary celebration.
Yeah, that's going on, I think, this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. Somewhere this weekend, yeah.
Yeah, we need to get something like Hubble, the improvement on Hubble, out into space again. When we look at everything we've learned from that one particular spacecraft and how old it is, if we could get any kind of resources together, which we probably won't, not in the United States anyway, but
there's our graphic for the Hangout, and it's a fundraiser. It'll start at 8 a.m. Central Time Saturday, and it'll run
Saturday.
Till, and it's going to run till like midnight or something Sunday. And it's 30. Yeah, it's a bunch of.
Oh, you're running a marathon. Marathon.
Yeah, we call it a Hangoutathon. Yeah.
Hangoutathon.
Yep.
Let us make science.
Yep.
That's great. I hope you can raise some money.
Yeah, we'll raise a few $1,000s. I'm sure. Get something. Yeah, NASA. We're trying to get a new grant from NASA. The NASA grant we had, it ran out, or they decided to drop it. So.
Okay, Richard, this is the first time we've hung out, right?
Yeah.
So tell me a little about yourself. I don't know who you are.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the editor of the 365 Days of Astronomy podcast, and award-winning video producer. I've produced video programs for Xerox and IBM and the group called Explore International, a bunch of other stuff.
So are you a director, cameraman? How do you?
Yeah.
Where do you editor? Where do you?
All of it, soup to nuts. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Impressive. Okay. So everybody else can tune out if they want. I got
My
oh, nice.
awards there. Yep. For a program I did for the National Radio Astronomy Observatory. Yep.
Nice. My biggest regret, if I can have one, if I could just choose one,
We'll have two while you're at it. Why not?
was I was working for a small production company down in Los Angeles,
Mm-hmm.
and part of my job was to go and get deals on stuff, right? Like I'd go down to the film company and I'd ask for a few cents less per foot of the short roll. I'd go to the product placement stuff and I wrote in extra scenes so we could get more booze for the cast party. I had all these little side gigs as part of it. But when I was renting equipment from Panavision, I was talking to the guys there, and they're like, yeah, we got this little intern program for pulling focus. And I was too busy to do it. And I always thought, too, was like, well, that's too stressful, right? Pulling focus. Like, what if you screw it up and all the film goes bad? Like, I was like, I didn't want to do it. It was too... But I've always regretted...
Well, you make cheat marks.
Not taking that opportunity, because the guys were really cool, and they were, like, willing to teach.
Yeah, it's dead simple, because you got a little white circle there, and you take a pencil and you go, okay, I'm going to start here, and you make a little mark, and I'm going to finish up here, and you do it, and you make it a little mark, and you go, okay, just simply move from mark A to mark B. It's kind of simple.
So I could have, like, I wouldn't have the kids I have now, which is, having kids eliminates all regret you could ever possibly have. Yeah. If that stoplight that I was cursing at because it was keeping me from a few minutes of getting to work on time, if I'd done anything different, I'd have different kids, and I couldn't possibly love them more than the kids I have, right? So all regret is washed away.
Yep.
But still, in the back of my mind, like, how great of a career I could have had in cinematography if I'd just taken that opportunity when it was presented.
Yeah. Yeah, well, hindsight's 20/20. But yeah, I've got two daughters. One's in college at Brandeis up in Boston, and the other is between high school and college now, and trying to figure out that that's job number one. Yeah. Everything else is secondary to that.
So one confession to make. My reason Blackfish is my favorite film ever is best friend in high school was the editor.
Ah, cool.
He was to hear him tell it, he was like the 10th editor that was brought on board.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
Well, no, it's okay to be the last one.
Oh yeah, right? Yeah. It's the one they like, yeah. Right.
Yeah, he was the final editor that put the final version together.
Maybe they weren't too nice.
Which is why I tuned into it early on before it got a whole lot of attention, but I have a tremendous respect for that. I've edited a couple of radio plays where I'm just editing the audio.
Ah, yeah.
And it is god awful. I both love it and the entire time I'm doing it, loathe the activity of its tediousness.
Yeah, it gets that way.
It does, yeah. The inferences, because it's so fixated on the detail-oriented thing, which I'm not good at. But the final product, I'm like, I'm so proud of.
Damn,
too.
I did that.
And that's just the audio. If I had the visual component to put on top of that, plus, well, I did direct. I wrote and directed it too, so there was that part of it. But if there was a visual component that I had to match to the perfect audio, that would be. Oh, I can't even. That's too frustrating to even conceive of having to merge both of those together. Like audio alone was daunting enough of a task.
Actually, in some respects, audio is the hard part. I have often told my coworkers and clients that the video stuff takes care of itself. I mean, you look at me now. I've got one light here behind me, a little LED thing giving a kick on the side of my face, and then a soft light over here filling in with a little kind of a shadow area right between them. I mean, you set the lights and you're done. The audio, when there's a problem with video, you can see where the problem lies right off the bat. If your camera's tilted up too much and suddenly the light is in the shot, not so good. But audio, when there's a problem there, oh man, it'll drive you crazy finding the problem and solving it. So, it's a black art.
One of my favorite movies, two of my favorite movies, but one of them was Dances with Wolves.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I remember when I watched the movie, I was like, this is the best audio I've ever heard in a movie. Like they're shooting these packed in lead bullet things, and I'm hearing them whiz by, and I'm hearing them thud into wood and everything. And it won like the best audio Academy Award that year. And I was like, wow. Okay, so I got it. I did. I was tuned in. I knew that this was good audio. I could tell the difference.
Yeah.
The other was L.A. Confidential. No, L.A. Confidential I thought was the best written script. And it won for best adaptation that year. So, yeah, I should have stayed in Hollywood. I dug it. It was too cool.
You were an Encino man, right?
I was Encino. I was like, computer nerd number 3 in Encino man. I have on record the first interracial kiss in a vampire movie prom scene. This is my claim to fame. This is my milestone achievement.
Yeah.
First interracial kiss in a vampire movie prom scene in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's real brief, but me and Jessica, who we were both extras on the film, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but we dated for a while after. In the prom scene, are slow dancing, and we share a little kiss, sort of in the milieu of the scene. Proud moments. But no, LA was so weird, though. LA was so wild because it was like such a small community that was actually in the industry that when I first moved down there, I think I was 17, and there was a cafe I went to, Cafe Joe in Studio City, and I would go there, and there was this chick behind there who was Justine, and we laughed about that, Justine, and I always ordered my Earl Grey tea before I poured over my Aldous Huxley and Nietzsche and sat in my corner being very literary.
Yeah.
And then years later, when I'm working for the small production company, she's the assistant to the casting director. Like, I know this girl. So, and I moved down there, and I had some friends from high school who were down there who I was couch ranging with when I first got down there. And I put in my first resume, I put into Corman.
Roger Corman, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to go work on the late night B-movie circuit. And a girlfriend of the higher HR person there gave a resume to this smaller production company called El Centro, and or Center Films, I guess Center Films it was. It was on El Centro, it was the street, but it was Center Films. Like, gave her some resumes. Like, oh, I've got too many people. And so they called me, and I went down there and I got that job. So the production coordinator, HR lady, and I think she was assistant producer. She had like 4 different titles. Invites me to a Christmas party, right?
Okay.
And the Christmas party is Chris Lee and Larry Berry's Christmas party. And I didn't know it, but apparently Chris Lee was the head of TriStar. Larry Berry is a producer who produced tons of great films, whatever. So I'm like, okay, yeah, let's go.
This could be cool.
My friend, who I was couch ranging with, had gotten a gig as a creative exec at Disney. He invites me to a Christmas party. And I go, I can't. I've already committed to this other one. It's going to be this like Hollywood party thing. I don't know who these people are, but whatever, I'm going. All right. So I go with my friend at this low-budget film company with these head of TriStar and head of Larry Berry, whoever he is. And I go there, and my friend who I'm couch ranging with is there too. This is the party he invited me to. I got invited to the same party twice, like 3 months after like dropping into Los Angeles. And it's like there's guys from 21 Jump Street, there's like name actors, like all these Hollywood people there, and they had a TriStar, and they had a thing who turns out to be this. Yeah, anyway,
hey, you were on your way.
Well, right, like I was connected, I was wired into the. But it was such a small community. At the end of it, it felt like a small town.
Yep.
And I don't think that's what the rest of the world gets about Hollywood. And my takeaway from having spent a few years down there was that it's like a small town feel. Like for all the fact that there's 14 million people in the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Hollywood itself is like small town America, where everybody's kind of knows each other and hangs out with each other and has a connection to each other through somebody or somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it was pretty awesome.
If you asked Joe Citizen,
50,000 people total. Yeah.
Yeah, if you asked Joe Citizen, they would think like Hollywood was one of America's biggest industries. It's like one of its smallest industries.
Yeah.
It's not a huge industry.
Well, okay, it's not a huge industry, but it's okay. So this is what's kind of funny. So there's a guy named Fred something or another who's one of the richest Americans ever lived, and he has a basically monopoly on plumbing supplies, and lives somewhere in like Ohio or something. Like I don't even know.
Yeah.
Right. He's like one of the wealthiest. Yeah. Multi-bazillionaire. Plumbing. Attachment, accessories, something and others, whatever. Right. But Hollywood is definitely the most influential industry outside of politics. That politics and Hollywood are the two most influential industries. Or military-industrial complex.
Yeah.
Oil and Hollywood are the three most.
Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and yeah.
Right. Yeah, I came away from La La Land with warm fuzzies for like what a family it is, you know?
Yeah.
Although I did turn down right before I left Los Angeles, I turned down becoming the top production coordinator on a pilot. There was this pilot that was going to be made. It was like this cowboy martial arts thing. Combo with this washed-up doctor. And I turned it down because it was like, okay, a pilot, I'm going to work for 2 months on this, I'm going to be out of work again. Or I could go up to Humboldt and hang out with some friends and smoke weed every day for the next couple months. So I chose the smoking a lot of weed scenario.
Texas Ranger, is that the show you were talking about?
Yeah, it was Walker Texas Ranger, which lasted for like a decade.
Yeah.
Again, not a big regret, though, because as much as that would have been a lot of work consistently over time, I would have never respected the product we were putting out. I actually respected much more the Mexican radio commercials we made, where it was like, the commercial was like, classical music. Here at, well, I can't remember what it was, but like Allegro Radio, we try to maintain a blah, 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 and there was like busts and people in suits. And then my job was to throw the chicken across the frame and then lead the donkey across the background so that they could be like, we're highbrow Mexican radio, but yeah, we're farm folk too.
I wonder in a place like Hollywood, I think many communities like that, where you have the average person, the vast majority of people who work, and they work together and they're just a working group like any others. But then you get the stratosphere, the people at the top, and they don't live there. They don't live in that Hollywood you're talking about. They live someplace else. I mean, you're not going to walk into Sylvester Stallone at a local grocery store or
Well, you
something.
actually can. Actually, that's the crazy thing about LA. Is actually, yes, you can. But I actually lived in Hollywood for part of my stay there. Hollywood is mostly crack addicts, hookers, and pimps. Oh, and
It's
drug dealers.
Beverly Hills that all the rich stars live in.
Okay, my Beverly Hills stories are pretty awesome, but my first experience with Beverly Hills, okay, the friends I was couch ranging with, right? When I first moved down to LA, I had like $40, and I took my '81 Honda Civic wagon down there.
Ooh, good car.
And with typical Justin planning, I didn't like contact anybody. This is pre-cell phone texting. I was like, I got friends down there that said put me up. That's cool. So I drove down there one night and knocked on the door. Nobody was there. I was like, oh, fuck, what do I do? So I drove around for a little bit, and I was like, where should I stay? I was like, okay, where's the least likely place for me to get murdered when I sleep in my car tonight? And I thought, Beverly Hills. So I drove to Beverly Hills, and I parked at some park at the base of Beverly Hills, and I crashed out in my car that night. About, I don't know, 3, 4 in the morning, there was a rap on my window. Flashlight hit me in the eyes. Beverly Hills PD. All right, what are you doing? I was like, well, I explained. I was down here to meet some friends, but apparently they're out of town or something because I went to their place and nobody was there. And I tried to think of the place where there was the least amount of crime. You know, the district where the police were more on top of it than any other, and I picked here. Apparently that was the right answer.
They like that.
Yeah. All right. Good answer. Here's the deal. I want you to be gone by 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he was cool about it. But I think it was because I told him, I was like, I chose the district with the least amount of crime because I trust the police the most, kind of a thing. Right? So.
Yep.
But I love, LA was the most beautiful, nice, kindest people I ever met. They drive aggressively, which is how I drive, so they felt in tune with my mindset in driving. But I was there for the riots, and what wasn't publicized. I mean, everybody showed burning buildings and brick throwing and violence for the riots. What they didn't show, because the riots lasted a few days, but what they didn't show was the people of Los Angeles coming out and showing up at businesses with brooms and cleaning up the broken glass and helping the shop owners put their businesses back together. They didn't show the outpouring of support people put into their community after the fact to rebuild. And
yeah.
And that's kind of sad, you know, that got left out of the national media. But it was beautiful to watch people flashing peace signs at each other and really coming together to put shit right after the fact.
Yep. Yep. A complete aside, what sort of mic are you using? I've got a Audio Technica.
He's got a blue Snowball.
50-50. I see the little red light there. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, what do you got?
Reflecting off your pop filter.
Yeah. What exactly? What are you using?
AT 2050, Audio Technica 2050, large diaphragm side address condenser.
I don't know what happened to my So this was shizzbot.
Meant to do that.
I had a gold diaphragm condenser microphone. I think this is Audio Technica CAD. I used this on TWIS for years.
Oh yeah.
This was a good tried and true mic, and actually, I may need to go back to it to get to my mixer, so I can bring in outside audio at some point. I've also got a Roland VT3 voice augmenter. What is this thing? Pro FX8 mixer. I think I've got 2 of them by accident by Mackie.
When you want that professional sound and nothing else will do, you use the Roland. Yeah, right.
Can I have one of those?
Yeah, totally. Just move in next door to me on Science Island, and it's yours.
All right.
Was that from Patreon money?
No,
No.
I have never received anything from Patreon.
Although
You don't understand this.
That's strange.
Has paralyzed all of the
like-
money from Patreon until such time as she has to pay taxes on it, and then it'll get kicked out to us minions.
So it's just, I mean, that's $500 an episode right now, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't she have to pay taxes on that like last month?
Yes. No. She has to, no, it's not till the end of the year, but Kiki hasn't kicked out anything because she's going to have to pay a tax burden first, and she doesn't know what that number is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's like 40%.
Yeah, it's going to be stupid.
Well, she could probably keep
Really?
down by writing a 1099 to you and Blair.
Yeah, and we're not, as much as we would love to be this organized, we're just not.
I mean, basically, that's $500 a week. That sounds like a lot. That's not really a lot if you're talking about you have to pay 40% out. That's ridiculous.
It's a lot considering that we did the other 9 years
For
with
nothing.
no money. I mean, it's really a lot of money. I mean, it's really like almost overwhelming. Like, actually, it's made me more focused on bringing decent content to the show. I'm like, fuck, somebody paid money for this now? Like,
Yeah.
when nobody paid money, I could just show up drunk, sketched out on amphetamines and heroin, and like makety up science stories, and it didn't fucking matter because nobody was paying for it. But now people are paying for it. I'm like, oh, I better actually do a little homework before showtime.
Yep. Content is king, we always say.
So when you guys went to New York,
Wait, what are you saying?
when you guys went to New York, none of that money came out of your Patreon money? Had to. You didn't fly out there on your own dime.
No. So, I think it was an even split between me and Patreon.
I'd be amazed. That's really that'd be real dedication.
Well, it's just because I had like right before I had a really good December in the car biz, so I was flush with cash. I'd spent like a couple grand on my kids' presents. I got them a bunch of I got them digital microscopes and all kinds of sciencey shit that they could care less. No,
Wait until they've graduated from college, then they'll be like, oh, this stuff's really cool.
Yeah, that was great, cool, that was nice. But yeah, so the Patreon paid for the tickets, the airfare.
Yeah.
I did an upgrade when we got to the hotel. They paid for the hotel, but I did a little upgrade because we needed to sleep right away because we were on like a 48-hour thing. And then I think what happened was at some point I got high and drunk enough after the show at the bar down the corner to buy not just that bar, but I think the bar next to us is everybody a drink. Yeah, it got a little out of hand with the drink buying thing going on. So I think the net of the evening was about even between me and Patreon. But we met like this was the wild thing too. Like I told that little LA story about how everything was interconnected and small and networky and me and Blair were talking about this, and we felt like, wow, if we had not 48 hours, but like a week or two in LA, we could be completely part of the Manhattan scene.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we met so many people so quick who were so positive about science communication and what we were doing that we felt like we could have been fully supported by a community there, like, right away.
Yep.
We met really nice people who I've still in contact with to this day.
Hopped on a train to New York City, you'd have no trouble finding someplace to crash.
No.
More than likely be a group.
This is a superpower, right? I can now move. Exactly. I could hop on that midnight train to New York, and I could get put up in 3 or 4 different places, and have I mean, part of the biggest regret was there was one guy who works for a network of galleries, art galleries, right? And we were there for wham bam, thank you ma'am, got to go back on the plane and go home again. We didn't get to do the art gallery tour that this guy who's art conservator could have taken us on a back. It's just there's so much opportunity if you have time on this planet to investigate and indulge yourself. I needed more in New York. New York is it's not New York is a city I need to go back to soon.
Definitely really go to the Rose Center of the American Natural History Museum.
Went there.
Ah, good.
Yeah, I hit the museums.
Have you been to MoMA?
MoMA in LA.
It's 53rd Street,
New
York.
I didn't go to the MoMA. Is there a MoMA in New York? I didn't even know.
Oh yeah, that's awesome, man.
That's MoMA #1 there, yeah.
No, MoMA LA is MoMA #1.
I didn't even know there was one there too.
Manhattan is the best MoMA. Not that I've been to any other MoMA, but it's pretty sweet. I'm going to New York at the end of next month.
All right,
after
Patrick,
Comicpalooza.
Next time you go to New York, we have to coordinate.
Well, I'm going to visit a significant figure, so...
A significant what?
Figure.
What do you mean figure?
Now, usually significant figure is refers to a number, but I believe this little number you're talking about has a figure like that, kind of.
Possibly.
Okay, Patrick. All right. So we were talking about voting people off the island, right? And I'm estimating that thus far, of my knowledge of people who are interested in Science Island, the person most likely to get voted off Science Island, Patrick.
Why?
Already
because you're analytical.
Yeah, you're talking
That's
about
what we
significant
want.
figures.
Yeah.
I prefer significant figures to significant others just because it sounds better.
So, Patrick, on top of
you met, this is the person from Holland.
Capacity to be most likely to be voted off Science Island, you're also my most favored member of Science Island.
But
like,
you gotta vote
almost
him
like,
off.
if you said this isn't going to work, I'd be like, ah, fuck, it's not going to work.
No, well, if I had to choose between Patrick and Justin, I'd choose Patrick because he doesn't smoke.
Fuck you! Oh, by the way, I'll be right back.
I thought you already went to smoke.
Yeah, I just reminded him. I shouldn't have done that. No, seriously, because smoking's gross, so he has to quit before then.
Yeah. What if we went to vapes instead? Would that be better?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I just don't want anything harmful. And you can say, oh, he smokes over here, but I can smell it from a mile away.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
And then he'll come out, even if he smokes away from us, I've got to talk to him. It'll be on his clothes.
Right. Yep. No, totally understand.
Yeah. So, no smoking on Science Island, that's my vote. So, yeah, if he's going to chuck you off, we'll chuck him off. And because you don't smoke, I'll keep you.
Yep. Don't smoke, never will.
No, me neither. I tried it once when I was 16 and vomited.
I've never tried it. Don't plan on doing it.
Oh, it was gross. Oh, like, why would you? It was just...
It's like I've kissed smokers. It's like making out with an ashtray. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I don't do that either. I don't date.
There's the odd smoker that like their saliva enzymes can like break it down and you don't notice it, but it's pretty rare.
No, I don't do anything with smokers at all. Ugh.
Yep. No good.
No.
No good at
They just don't smell right, you know.
Right.
And I just mean because it gets into their chemistry, and so you know I'm not just even if they've showered, they don't actually smell like cigarette smoke. They've got poison mixed with their pheromones. They don't smell sexy.
Right. And
They
it's
smell
really odd.
like
a lot
halfway
of a lot of smokers I know are actually like super tasters, and so like it deadens their taste buds. But they're still super tasters while they're smoking, and so when they stop smoking, everything that they like tastes different. And it's like, this is just off.
Yeah, something wrong there.
Right.
I can relate to that
It's weird.
from being pregnant because that makes your taste buds just on hyperdrive like you can't imagine because you're a man. I was relieved to get my normal taste back after pregnancy.
Same is somewhat true if you take altitude medicine. It makes everything taste really weird.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, most people that take it like can't drink pop anymore because it tastes horrible when they're on altitude medicine.
So, is that why the local food in Nepal is just so bland?
Possibly to some people, but when I had it, it wasn't bland at all. It was good.
Okay.
Like Dalbot is
No, I haven't
really
been there. I've just been told it's bland.
But
if it's because of the altitude stuff, no? Okay, maybe people are just lying to me.
It's possibly because of the altitude medicine they might be taking. But I never took any of it. I do know that like Bhutanese food is supposedly really spicy, because they don't serve it to their tourists.
Oh
like
yeah, we have food.
The tourist food sucks, but I'm told that the actual Bhutanese food is pretty damn good.
When we were in Singapore, we had the real Singapore food, not the tourist Singapore food.
Yeah.
And my husband had to leave the room while I changed her nappy because she just got it through my breast milk.
Yeah.
He was just like, that should not come out of my daughter.
She didn't have the right bacteria for it.
She was fine. She wasn't uncomfortable at all. She actually thought it was hilarious, but yeah, it was interesting.
All right. So, is everybody here in for Science Island?
Yes.
Yeah, but you have to quit smoking. We've decided. We voted.
Yep. Otherwise, you're voted out.
All right, that's good. I'm cool with that.
Okay, good.
We're
don't
fine
love
if
you
you
any
switch
less.
to
We just
vapes.
wanna
If
smell
you
of
switch
you.
to vapes, you're fine.
Yeah, vapes are fine. We just don't want to live around someone who always smokes.
It's the tar we don't like.
Yeah.
You know, I never realized. Well, one thing is when you get older, and I don't. Richard's still too young for this, probably not as old as me. But when you get older, you do lose taste. And
Yeah, that's
most
true.
older
That is
people
true.
use more spices, more sugar. My
No,
when she was in her 90s, you had to put tons of sugar on stuff.
When I cook for my super taster friend, he's like, "You put too much cinnamon in this." Like, I can't even taste the cinnamon. I don't know what you're talking about. So.
Well, everybody, not everybody, obviously, but a lot of people I know, they're all using spicy food. They're all using the hot peppers and things now.
I do like hot stuff to an extent. Sometimes it's just too hot, but I used to grow dragon peppers. Those things are good. Well, they were good until I got sick of them.
The hotness factor comes down to, can you eat a habanero raw? Just
Yeah, I have never had a habanero raw.
I can't. I cannot. Sorry. If you can you can eat a habanero
Jalapenos
raw.
are only like 5,000 Scovilles. Oh, the dragon peppers I had were like 40 to 50,000 Scovilles. Wow. And habanero is 100,000 Scovilles. But then there's the ghost chilies, and those are like 1.4 million Scovilles.
They're stupid hot. Yeah, I think a little bit of that ghost pepper sauce and it's brutal.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Good night, everybody. I'm done.
Okay. I'll see you next week then, Justin.
All right. Laters.
Nighty-night.
Yeah, it's 3:17 on the East Coast. I should go to sleep.
Oh, it's only 2:17 here.
Okay. Anybody else want to hang out?
No, I need to get up early for work, so I'm going to drop out.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Catch you guys next week.
Yep. Night, everybody.
Night.
Pamela, how you doing?
Oh, I'm all right. Well, I can hang out if you want to hang out.
No, it's...
Do you want to hang out? Oh, I thought you were all going.
No, I can hang around a little bit more. It's only 3:17.
What time is it here? It's 17 past 5 in the afternoon. But in your future, it's it's Friday. Well, it's Friday there for you too, just barely.
Yes.
Is that right? So you're 14 hours behind me.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
What entertained Chelsea?
What entertains her?
Yes.
Oh, music. We
Music,
dance
that's
all
right.
time. Yeah,
And
she loves music.
what musical instrument are you up to?
Oh, I haven't added any since. I have a few instruments in storage, and I'm getting them out on Monday. So we'll be adding ukulele, harmonica, tambourine. I think that's it. To our collection, where we already have a drum, a xylophone, maracas, bells. What else? I think that's about it. Oh, and an accordion. Yeah.
I saw that picture of your cousin. Is it Chanterelle?
My niece.
Niece.
She's my oldest niece. Yeah. Yeah, I've got 3 nieces and 2 nephews, and she's the.
She's
yeah.
Now, right?
Yeah, she does. She's decided, she did a whole album and sold it and all that, and now she's decided she doesn't like that, so she's going to do something completely different. But yeah, she came. That picture was for Chelsea's birthday. She came to visit Chelsea for her birthday because Chelsea is her only first cousin. So yeah, it's nice. And Chelsea loved playing with her. She's got a 7-year-old first cousin in the UK that she just followed around and adored. It's as if they can sense it, you know. And then, although Chantel's 24, she followed her around the same way she followed the 7-year-old around.
That's great. So Chelsea can socialize. Because some young kids, you get them away from their mother, and they just, they don't do so well.
Yeah, no, she's all right. Yeah, she's quite social. She's good. She's just brought a monkey over to me. Yeah. But I just mean it's as if it's innate, she seemed to sense family. Yeah. Mm.
I have thought of myself at times as being slightly autistic, in the manner that I have no family. We did not have a close-knit family. I never even met my father till I was 2 years old because he was off in the service, and I hardly ever saw him that much after that. And where other people, even in my own family, everybody likes to go to family gatherings except me.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't socialize with blood family as much as I should, other than Chelsea, of course.
And you know what you talked about, like this group. This is fantastic for me. Having hangouts and things. Since I retired and went onto the internet and set up something like, now I can talk to people who are interested in the same thing I am. There is no one in my family who has the slightest interest in science or the arts or anything like that. If I go to a family gathering, I got nobody to talk to about anything. So.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's why, you know, when Patrick was saying, oh, if you're analytical, you're antisocial, I thought, I don't think I'm antisocial. I actually love socializing, but not with idiots.
Yeah.
And most of the choice is idiots. So I probably appear to be antisocial at times, but I'm not. So I don't think it's fair to say that analytical people are antisocial. They just can't be bothered to waste their time. So, yeah, no, when we have Science Island going, I'll be head of the party committee, I think. That'd be good fun.
Yeah, well, like you say, I mean, life is too short, right? And you're someone who likes to do things. The people in our group, Dale, I don't think would be very happy just sitting around doing nothing. He's got to be doing something. Justin's got to be doing something. I'm always doing something. So with that kind of a personality, you just don't want to have to waste your time sitting there watching people around you blah, 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 say stupid things. And you don't want to get into a fight or anything, so you don't say anything. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, no, I mean, they sit around and, you know, they watch TV, rubbish TV, you know, just, and mind-numbing crap, and talk about the weather, and it's like, yeah, great, the sun's out, or it's raining. I mean, how much more do you want to talk about it? You can't, you know, talking about it doesn't change it. You know what I mean? Unless it's like cyclone preparation or something, that's important, but, you know, I just can't bother. So I'll probably seem antisocial, but... And I know, and it's not that I don't have Asperger's or anything. It's not as if I don't know how to socialize. I definitely know how to play the game. I know how to say all the right things. I know how to laugh at the right time, make the right facial expressions. I know how to wear, you know, wear the right blah, blah, blah. I just can't be bothered. It's just not worthy of my time to do it unless there's sort of an incentive to do so. You know, I don't do chit chat. So.
Yeah, you know, and people, for instance, 70s, which is really not that old anymore. So many people living in their 80s and 90s. But friends from high school, one guy, he still works on his house. If he needs some work on a house, he does it himself. He's got it's not a minute, it's actual trains that you can get on and drive around his backyard. And he built that in the last couple of years. I got another friend who was in a bike marathon. And, you know, these are very active people compared to other older people I know, like at the restaurant. We just sit around and, I don't know. With family.
That's not even age-related. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I know people in their 20s or 30s that just, you know, they go to work Monday to Friday, do what they have to do, and from Friday night until Monday morning, they sit on their couch, drink beer, and watch TV. They don't do a damn thing, and they think that's a way to spend the weekend, to relax. And then, oh, I gotta go to work again. I'd kill myself if that was my life. Why would you bother existing if that's all you do? But they're happy, so that's fine. I'm not advocating killing yourselves, people, but I'm just saying that's what I would do. But, well, I wouldn't do that because I wouldn't live my life like that. So I don't. Sorry, she just pinched me. I don't think that's age related. I think there's people across all ages like that. But maybe it's more noticeable when you're retired, because when people are younger, they're still working the Monday to Friday because they have to, and then they're doing absolutely nothing on the weekend, but you don't sort of notice that because you see them going to work. Whereas when they're retired, you notice when people do stuff and when they don't.
Yeah, with a child, obviously changes everything. And
yeah, but I still do stuff. You know, I still have.
I'm trying to think of the mothers that I know who aren't happy being mothers. And the only thing I can think of was when Kirsten, for about the first year, maybe it was that postpartum depression or something, she didn't really seem to enjoy the first part of raising Kai.
Sure, but there have been studies in postpartum depression that they found that when you have a boy as opposed to a girl, you're more likely to suffer from postpartum depression, because testosterone has been proven to be an antidepressant for women, whether it's, you know, having a man sort of in your bed every night or whatever, or even carrying a boy. And so if you're carrying a boy, you've got all that testosterone, and then when you give birth, you're going into the equivalent of a drug withdrawal, because all the antidepressants have just left your body. So if you're carrying a boy, you're much more likely to have postpartum depression, whereas I had a girl. So she and I have all the same hormones, and therefore when she was expelled from my body, I didn't lose anything. Which means that, I mean, I enjoyed my pregnancy, but if you're carrying a boy, you probably enjoy it a bit more. But then you've got like a drug letdown afterward. So what they're looking at for treating postpartum depression, I mean, it's still in, you know, it's still in trials and all that kind of thing, is giving testosterone and weaning a woman off.
Hey, you're with the child. The child's growing. Child's interacting all the time. Boredom would never be an option, I would imagine, for someone with an active child who's taking an actor's interest in their child. I couldn't deal with poop and vomit, so I have no interest in it.
Yeah, but it really is different when it's your own. When it's, I nursed for many years, so I've been vomited on and pooped on and pissed on and also bled on, intestines fallen out on. I've had all of it, and it's completely different when it's your own baby. Yeah. I mean, but, you know, having a nursing background, I feel prepared me for motherhood in a lot of ways, because this is nowhere near as hard as that. So if you can do that, you can definitely do motherhood.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think of many young girls that I've read about, unprepared for being a mother. They're like 16, 17, or 18, and I hate to say it, the approach almost seems to be, I want a child, and they don't really understand what's involved. And now they're 18, their social life that all their friends are involved in should be gone. And last week we showed all those, you know, unplanned pregnancy methods. So many of them were none of them are 100%, and so many of them, particularly if you don't know what you're doing, you know, you're rolling the dice still.
Yeah, no, that's right. It doesn't matter what age you are. I mean, honestly, I don't know how I got to my 30s without getting pregnant, because there were plenty of times when it was a bit dicey, you know. You just, yeah. But I was very happy by the time, you know, because I was 33 when I got pregnant. Yeah, so nearly 34 when I had her, and I'm 35 now. So yeah, I was very happy to have a baby at that age.
You wanted to have a child. You've always wanted to have a child. I'm thinking, that moment when you look at the stick or whatever the heck it is, and it says, "You are pregnant." What's the reaction? Oh God! Or yay!
No, it was it was elation, happy, and then after just couldn't believe it. Wow, you know, and then within a sort of a minute or so, I went skydiving when I was 32. Yeah, and I had always wanted to go skydiving. And then when I was up in the plane with the parachute on, I'm like, I can't remember any of the reasons that I wanted to go skydiving, but I had to. I mean, you just, too bad. Yeah, it was like that, yeah. And so I just had to do it. Now we jumped and that was it. That was fine. It was easy. It was actually a lot easier than I thought. But anyway, that was the reaction. I'm looking at it and like, I can't remember any of the reasons I wanted to have a baby. And then I remembered. But there was just a moment of, oh my God, and then I went back to sleep, and so I didn't realize, and I just got up to go to the toilet because I was peeing about. Yeah, that was you. I was peeing about 15 times a night by then, you know, and I pulled my shorts down, and they were wet. And when your water breaks, it's like a sugary smell. They tell you, so I knew that's what it was, and I went, oh, and then hang on, I've just got to pull her up on the couch, and then I mean, it's too late, but then I'm like, oh my God, this is it. There's no going back next. But I was happy. It was all happiness. But there is a moment of, oh, what have I done? Yeah. So, but no, I was happy. I couldn't say if I'd be happy any younger, because I didn't always want a child. I only wanted a child from about the age of 29. Before that, ask anyone who knows me or knew me then, I never wanted to have a child. So my maternal stuff kicked in a lot later than most of my friends. Yeah.
And it's amazing to me that what you went through in childbirth, as incredibly painful as it was, you say you still might want to have another child. You might want to go through all of that again.
No, I don't have to, because, I mean, I don't have to go through it all again. I definitely want another one, but because I've already had a cesarean, I can just book in for a cesarean. Okay. So I don't have to go through 2 days of labor again. He said, but the surgeon said, you can try, but I wouldn't. So, yeah, because I have scoliosis, and my cervix didn't do what it was supposed to do, and there's no guarantee that it would open next time either. And I'm quite short, but I'm not just short. I have a short body. I actually have long legs, even though I'm only 5 feet tall, you know. So there's a short birth canal, and it was just, yeah. My body's not really great for it, unfortunately. But perfection comes out of a cesarean, so I just book in for a cesarean. And I didn't have any problems with the pregnancy. The pregnancy was awesome. So, yeah, I'm quite happy to do all that again. Before I get too old, I hope.
Well, aren't women having children older? Actually, I have no idea if there's a scientific study, but actually there are more guys that seem to be happy raising children. And maybe perhaps 30 and 40-year-old guys even, fathers for the first time, maybe being happy,
I suppose
being very involved.
I suppose there are. Mine wasn't, but oh well. Yeah.
Well, when I was growing up, that wasn't the role of men. And again, I can't say it's scientific. It's strictly what I knew in my neighborhood and with my own father. Guys just didn't get involved. That was the woman's job, and the guys went out and worked. And at night, they didn't stay home taking care of the kids. They went out to the local pub or whatever.
Yeah, well, there's some men that still feel that way, unfortunately.
I think it's really changing. In fact, you now see men suing for custody of the child.
Yeah. True. Yeah. I suppose that's because women have taken on more roles that used to be dominated by men, so it's just evening itself out. And as it should, I agree with that, evening itself out. Yeah, I know women having I was going to say, I know women having babies older, but I don't want to have them too far apart either. Yeah.
Thinking of what our friend Mr. Carter said, and thinking of how illogical it is. If you have two people, and one person is the aggressive, bright one who wants to be outgoing and doing things, that because that one person happens to be the woman, it's the guy. And the guy might very well prefer to stay. Man, I want to go out. I want to work. I don't want all that, competing for jobs and all that sort of nonsense. And they'll be very much happier staying home taking care of the kid. But because of the, the roles that society has put on people, you get a woman who maybe wants to go out, and a guy who wants to stay home, and they can't do what they want to do, or what they prefer to do.
Do you mean because of that's what the church stipulates?
No.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, we don't
yawning.
have choice. I'm happy to be a stay-at-home mom. I actually had to pass on some PI stuff today to another colleague because my time being a mum is more important at the moment. So, but I keep my finger on the pulse so that I can pick it back up later when she's older.
That's the big thing with working women who don't have a stay-at-home father. Is somebody taking care of the kid.
I don't want anyone else to take care of her. I'm quite happy to do it. Yeah. And that's why I've got, work. I've setting myself up for work so that I don't have to be away from her. I can do law stuff with her. Yeah. Yeah. You agree.
Teaching. I like teaching, and that's what you do. A mother is a teacher.
Yes. Constantly. Oh, yes. She's always learning. It's just... she's always watching, always observing. When I'm, teaching her, like, mum, and that she watches my mouth so carefully, and she has ba, usually ba. She says mum. She said mum the other day. Yeah, yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think it was. Mum. Yeah. But she watches, she looks, concentrates, and then bah.
I definitely see a change in her. I don't know if it's just on the week or the last couple of weeks, but I definitely this time noticed a change. Like you say, she's being more observant, perhaps, instead of climbing all over you.
Yeah, and her climbing is more precise now. She gets on and off the couch really easily now. She knows to go backwards and put her feet down first, and she knows the ground is there. And actually, was it a couple of days ago? She was pulling herself up on the bathtub. She pushed up with her arms, so her feet were in the air. And I was brushing my teeth, and I saw it in the mirror, and I went, because I thought she was going to go over, but she wasn't. She was just pulling herself up, kind of thing. So, yeah. But it's just all these little things.
The daily adventure.
It is. It's just awesome to observe. She's always testing things, and yeah.
Are you enjoying the law school experience?
Yeah,
or is it just something you just got to get through?
No, some of it's like that. Some of it's a bit tedious, mainly because I've done some of this stuff before in other studies or professionally. So a lot of it's just sort of, okay, I've got to do that again. But it's good. It's good. I do enjoy it. I was talking to a study buddy today about it all, and we were going through some stuff. And yeah, it's good. But I also, that person is he's older than me, so it's an older student, and although I'm post-grad entry, it's just a regular course. I just don't have to do a lot of the subjects. And I have to admit I'm an academic snob now because I've studied so much. And the people who haven't studied before, I find that when we do the tutorials and everything and all the discussion boards, because I have to wade through all of that to get to the relevant information, and I find a lot of that really frustrating and tedious. But that's all right.
You seem also, from what just by following your Facebook feed, you seem to have a good relationship with your teachers or mentors or whoever they are.
Yeah, a couple of them are following my work now, so yeah, it's been good. Yeah. Well, that's the thing with I want to be a barrister, so that's not. When I get out, I could be a solicitor and go work for a law firm and do that, but I want to be a barrister, and to be a barrister, that's arguing in court. Then I have to work for a barrister for a year. So I'm hoping that one of my lecturers will take me on. And then they say, yes, she's ready, and then I sit the bar exam, and I hopefully pass it first go, and then I can be a barrister and get on with that. So I find that side of it more interesting.
Being a barrister. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the difference between being a barrister as opposed to just being a lawyer arguing cases in court?
Okay. Well, what you're calling a lawyer, we would say they're a solicitor, and they would work for a firm in a team, and they'll do all your everyday law stuff. But a barrister works for themselves, and a solicitor brings them cases, and a barrister is the one who argues it in court. So a solicitor might draw up a contract for you, and then if someone reneges on their half of the contract, and they want to sue the other person or whatever, then that solicitor would bring the case to a barrister, and a barrister would compare that contract against the law and argue in court for your client to get, to receive compensation for damages and things like that. So, well, not damages, sorry, but receive compensation. Damages is related to torts. So it's like a two-tiered thing. And I'm more interested in working. I've been working by myself for myself as a PI for years, so I'm more interested in the barrister working by myself for myself, and having a more flexible workload so that I can be a mum. Whereas as a solicitor, I'd be working for someone else.
Okay. So it's just having your own law office.
Yeah, and you have to this is years away, but to be a judge, you have to get voted in. But to be a judge by Parliament, you have to be a barrister first. So.
My perception is when you start talking about judges, you start talking about politics. Somebody's got to put you up, and people have to support you, and that's a whole political thing.
Yeah.
More than a legal thing.
It is, and I'm interested in running for Parliament again, but as I said, you don't get there from being a solicitor. You have to be a barrister. So that's my aim. So that means another year on top of law school working for a barrister before I get there. But we'll see. I might change my mind. I could turn around and go, wow, I love being a solicitor. I don't know. So I'm not going to write it in stone yet.
Money's not your focus.
Money's not my focus.
Some people, some people, they go, well, first of all, in the United States, the cost of the education is so much. The cost is so much that you have to focus almost on making money, at least initially. So the financial aspect of it becomes very important.
No, but when down the track, barristers in Australia make anywhere from $5,000 to $25,000 a day in court.
Mm-hmm.
So you do make money, but that's down the track. But then you do a lot of pro bono work.
Litigation lawyers. Now, 10 years ago, litigation lawyers were making $600 an hour. I don't know what they are making now. They get like 30%, a third up front or something, even if they don't win the case.
Yeah. No, money's not the focus, but there is money there to be made. But you do a lot of pro bono work as well. for community groups and things like that, which is what I enjoy doing as well. And the money's not so that I can go and buy a Ferrari, it's so that I can look after my child, you know. So
only based on TV shows and stuff that I've seen, but working for yourself would be a lot better, because if you're like a partner or you're going for partnership in a law firm, one thing the law firm looks at is the fees you're bringing in, the clients you're bringing in. And their concern is, are you a moneymaker for this firm? Whereas if you're working by yourself, you don't have to worry about that so much.
No, I'm not. I'm a bit past working for other people. I can work with other people, and I do work with other sole, contractors, PI, on PI cases. But I still work for myself. So yeah. And my idea of an office is to buy well, you call them RVs, don't you? But like a caravan, and just take that around to my clients and and deck one out as a good office. I'm not really into driving to an office and parking and getting my coffee and going up the elevator and blah. Yeah. So I'd like to have a mobile office. But we'll see. That's all down the track. I've still got another 1.5 years left.
Also, I don't know how to put this. You're 35, and some people, well, I don't know, I guess at 35, starting a new career, nowadays, really, almost age doesn't mean anything. When back in the day, if you hit 35, 40, you'd have to be approaching kind of the peak of your career and to quit and do something else. Didn't happen very often, but now, I don't know, my perception is now, people, work someplace for 5 years at 35, and if they maybe do something completely different.
Well, I see this as more as a follow-on to what I do, because as a PI, I do a lot of work for lawyers, and then they get paid the big bucks, so I may as well get paid and do all of it myself. And my PI, the guy who taught me how to be a PI, is actually at law school with me now, and he had the same idea. And I think he's about, if I've got his age wrong and he sees this, don't be offended, because you do not look your age, but I think you're about 45. So I know he's older than me. Yeah. So.
People keep in shape. We have two populations. We have the population that doesn't take care of themselves and are, overweight and whatever. But then you got that other half of the population, man, you can't tell. You cannot tell how old they are, men or women.
No, I'm just guessing his age based on his experience and different things he's said. But yeah, no, he doesn't look it, so don't be offended if you're younger than that, but I think he's about that. But anyway, and he's in the same position I'm in, so yeah, age is irrelevant. And but I met some, well, I shouldn't say kids because they're adults, but kids straight out of school doing law, and I thought, I don't know how they, I don't know how they get their head around it, because I get my head around it by relating it to previous work and life experience, and I go, okay, well, we did that in this case, so I would apply that here, and they don't have that to apply it to. And two, I don't think, so if they're 18, they've got to do 4 years, so that's 19, 20, 21, 22, right? I don't know if I want a 22-year-old writing up contracts for me, and, they're responsible for a lot of money. But then again, I look at, I was a nurse at 22 and responsible, registered nurse and responsible for giving.
I have the perception when you start talking about law school or medical school in the United States, it has to be the entire focus of your life at that point. It's not like you're 18 to 22 and you're going to college and you're maybe going to college. It has to be the entire focus of your life. And then when you start at that law firm, you're putting in 100+ hours. It's got to be, you do it because it's the entire focus of your life.
Yeah. But you know, I did have patients go, "Oh, how old are you?" You know, and I am a very good nurse. Yeah. So I had a lot of responsibility at a young age too, I suppose. But it's just having confidence in someone thing, I guess. You want someone more experienced to deal with things like that, but you got to start somewhere. So, yeah.
Well, that's it. The experience you'd have with is like at the job interview or something. You got plenty of life experience and more confidence, and you could probably interact a lot better with the person who's interviewing you, who's going to be probably your same age or older. And you know, and you can tell when the young person is BSing them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless they have a family connection.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I won't have to really go for job interviews because I plan on working for myself. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it all turns out. But I had in the back of my mind to do a law degree for a long time, and when I had to take time off to have a baby, I thought it's good a time as any to, while I'm, you know, sitting around. Not that I'm sitting around, but yeah, combine it. So I'm not. I was talking to my study buddy today, and I fluke good marks sometimes. I get high distinctions and credits, but then other days I'm just getting passes, and but that's okay because sometimes I'm doing my assignment, you know, at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I've got a gap between 2 and 4 a.m. and that's all I get because I'm being busy all night being a mum, and you know. And he was saying he might get better marks than me. Most of the time, but he's putting so much more time in that if it was time versus marks, he might not be doing any better. So I'm getting the marks I deserve for the time that I'm putting in. That's what I'm saying. But then you learn it on the job anyway, so I'm not really that worried as long as you get the principles down.
Yeah, marks in anything, going to be a doctor or whatever, you have to have the grades to get into school. You're not getting into a place like Harvard or whatever. Probably, maybe there are community colleges and things you can go to, but that's what you need the grades for. But once you're getting into the job, you're on the job, you can throw those grades away. They don't mean a thing. That just maybe helps you get your foot in the door a little bit. That first interview, your grades don't mean anything. Throw them out the window. You're going to sit down with someone, and that person's going to make a judgment about you, probably on how you talk and look and feel, and they don't care what your grades are.
No, but I mean, anyone can see that by the dates that I was having a baby during all of this. So. Yeah, and then raising a baby through all of this. So if I've done that in combination, they can see that I can multitask. And yeah, you learn most of it.
I have to correct myself. If you can graduate from Harvard with great grades, you're a bazillionaire. You're guaranteed for the rest. That's money in the bank. Ivy League.
Yeah.
So there, maybe grades mean something. Connections mean more. The Bushes.
Yeah.
Or the Clintons, or whatever. That connections who you know mean more.
Yeah, but didn't George W. Bush have the lowest IQ of any president or something? That's got nothing to do with grades.
Who?
Didn't George W. Bush have the lowest IQ of any president? He's 125 or something like that, or
no idea. He was, by all accounts, a mediocre student.
Yeah.
But I really have no idea.
Yeah. You right?
IQ. I don't know. What's the big skill? If you're a president, what you should have is vision. That's what I want a president to have. But the politicians I see right now, if they have a vision, they're not focused on that vision. They're strictly focused on getting elected and compromising their vision, if you will.
Yeah, they certainly are.
That's why this time, man, it's set up perfectly, practically, for Hillary Clinton to be the next president. I mean, he's got no one else. No one else in the Democratic Party has her name or her background or her money or the people behind her. She's practically a shoo-in for the Democratic nomination. And the Republicans are coming up with these real right-wing guys. And in the United States, you can't get elected on either the left wing or the right wing. And the Republican candidate, I suspect, is just going to shoot himself in the foot. And I fear we're going to get another 8 years of mediocre presidency. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's one of the yeah. When is it? It's November, isn't it? The start of November.
Yeah, well, primaries. Yep. Primary season starting pretty soon. 2016, we inaugurate our next president. Well, what is it? April. 8 months to. Actually, April. The election's in November. That's 7 months. The primary process not that far away, and there is no one, absolutely no one, who I have any level of confidence in. At least Obama could talk a good game, and I think he might have had some. He had a good vision when he came in. He just was a poor administrator, and I don't know.
But what's the deal with Hillary Clinton hanging out with people from Monsanto?
Hillary, well, first, Obama is beholden to the Clintons because of all the work that I can't even think of his husband's name, Bill Clinton. He did. Yeah. All the work he did for Obama. He really raised a lot of money. So that immediately meant that Obama had to return the favor. And he made, Hillary a Secretary of State or something. I don't know. I don't even know where the heck she stands on half of the issues.
Yeah. No, it's.
She can't be any further right than the Republican. I know that.
No, that's true.
And the best you can say is that she won't be as bad as the Republican, as any of the Republican candidates could be.
But that's just really sad. You have to vote for the lesser of two evils. Why aren't there any good candidates? Where are the good candidates?
I'm trying to like wars. We still have soldiers overseas. So Obama's foreign policy not dramatically different than Bush's. We still have soldiers overseas. We're still talking about sending more soldiers, perhaps, into the Middle East for some ungodly reason. I don't see any reason to believe Hillary Clinton would be would react any differently. So the United States looks like it's still going to be one of those countries that's ready to send its soldiers overseas. I don't know.
Yeah. It's depressing. So that, like you said, there's another 8 years of mediocrity. No change, no changes.
The changes are happening from the ground up. We're doing things like more people getting involved in, more people buying electric cars and more people being conscious about the ecology, science, orientation, technology slowly getting in a foothold, slowly. That pipeline, that big pipeline in Canada, 20 years ago, that would have been built in a heartbeat. Tons of objections to it, probably not going to get built. Stuff like that. It's probably ecologically, the United States will be a better country, more Americans will be better. But man, our government funding of science is clearly going to go down.
Mm.
But as long as the scientists come up with ideas that the venture capitalists can make bajillions of dollars out of, technology will change how we work. It'll be for the better, but you're going to have training. There's lots of things I can feel optimistic about. Foreign policies and wars, not one of them.
Not one of them, no. No, not for us either, I don't think. And it's just amazing how many people I know personally, and that they put things on their Facebook about support the soldiers and all that, and I think, well, I support the soldiers. I want to keep them home safe. I don't want them going off to war. That's how I support the soldiers. I actually care about them. So, but people have it in their head that supporting soldiers means send them off to an early grave and then put a flag on your house to commemorate them. It's bullshit.
Too many people not taking the time to find out what the heck we're sending our soldiers into, such as the Middle East. You look at Iran and, let's say, Saudi Arabia, right? Now, with Iran, the whole reason Iran became anti-American in the first place is because of the Shah. We supported the Shah of Iran. Shah of Iran, he was torturing people. So you had the big revolution, the Ayatollah came in, and so, the Iranians viewed the United States justifiably with a lot of suspicion. They did support some terrorist groups. They support Hezbollah, who's fighting Iran. Okay, not so good. But Saudi Arabia's... Iran is at least... They have universities. They have women taking science courses. They are more progressive than the Sunni Arab populations like Saudi Arabia. I mean, there's a reason why Osama bin Laden came from Saudi Arabia. There's a reason why so much of the ISIS supporters, the money's coming from places like Saudi Arabia. It's just such a backward freaking country, and yet we seem to have the view of Saudi Arabia as being more of an ally. And although, we're shifting, maybe Obama's shifting, but I don't know. Yeah, they got money. They got tons and tons of money. And if you support the Shah of Iran, okay, you give him buckets of money. He gets overthrown. Who's got all that arms? The enemy. You go to Iraq, and you give them bunches and bunches of money, and you give them arms. Who's got those arms now? ISIS.
Exactly. They're causing more problems than they're solving. If they just stop for a while.
Yes. Do nothing.
Just do nothing. That's right, because they're just making it worse by trying to do something, and you got to look like you're doing something. No, you don't, because you don't. Just stop. I don't know. I don't know how to get it through to people, and they try to keep the voters happy, but the people don't know what they're voting for, and it's just still messed up. That's why we need Science Island.
As I say, I think more younger people are certainly getting involved in technology, and as you get more involved in technology, you get more involved in science, and then you have that more scientific outlook, knowing about it, I think, instead of the 40, 50, 60-year-old generation who generally pretty clueless about what's happening in the outside world and making horrendous mistakes.
Well, I'm going to have to go and entertain. I think my daughter wants to dance to some rap music, so she's getting a bit restless. She's had a drink, she's had a feed, she's climbed all over me, and now she's played with the toys, and now I think she wants to do some dancing. So, better go do that.
That's good. I'm not a huge fan of rap music, but no different than. What's the difference?
No, I found on YouTube.
I'm trying to think. What is it outside of the rhythm and the style? Actually, there are far more very good musicians now than ever in the past. Very definitely. Yeah, it's much easier for young musicians to get themselves before the public, and so instead of having entertainers supported by the industry, and even if they're mediocre, they got industry money. Now you get a lot more younger people who, it's on talent. It's more on talent than in the past, and they are more talented musically.
The difference for me, why I have a lot of rap, like people think, why does your daughter listen to rap music? For me, it's the lyrics. Most of the stuff that's being sung is, if you like it, then you better put a ring on it, and crap like that. I mean, I don't want my daughter listening to crap like that. Whereas rap, I find the rap music is about more real life stuff, not waiting for some boy to come along and rescue you. So the difference to me is the lyrics. And I want her to listen to, to the lyrics. But I found on YouTube, and I can send it to you if you want to put it on the Silence Island thing. A guy has done 122 science songs, but they're two melodies that are out there commercially, and they're done so well. It's like Newton's laws of motion, and a lot of it's rap, and they're tunes that I recognise from the radio, but instead of singing about sex and violence, it's the periodic table, and it's just a school teacher who's put them together to help teach his students, but he's done it to a professional level, and they're free for anyone to take and use because he just wants people to learn. So yeah, we should put the link up there. So I've got all of those songs, and then just other ones as well, and also. Princess rap battles. If anyone wants to look up that, have you seen them now? They're girl power stuff. It's just you're waiting for some prince to come along and kiss you and save you from an apple that you ate given by a stranger. But hey, I'm doing this, and I don't need no man to save me. It's good. It's girl power stuff. So that's the kind of stuff that I really look for, and I try to not have it.
There's so much great stuff, and the YouTube has changed things. I try to. Usually, new music comes out every Tuesday. There's NPR, a place called Pitchfork. But have you heard of Hooray for the Riff Raff? I posted about them, and the lead singer, Hooray for the Riff Raff. They're actually a Cajun country. Honky-tonk sort of a band, but the lead female singer, very intelligent, writes I think very intelligent music. NPR called her song as the Song of the Year. So it's Hooray for the Riff Raff. I can't even think of the girl's name, but she was like 16 years old in New York City. Puerto Rican parents. She left home at 17, rode the rails, wound her way down to New Orleans. She was playing out in the street bands in New Orleans, etc. And then she's got this group. It's primarily her and a guy who plays the fiddle, and the guy who plays the fiddle is transgender. So they talk sometimes about queer country. You have to like that kind of music, but the lyrics, some of the songs are very well written. And that's a group I'd have never heard about before. That's a group that would never had any exposure, and within like 1 year, they've gone from being practically nobody ever heard of them to they're getting a decent-sized audience. That's the opportunity. And there's so many good singers and groups out there. It's amazing. Every week I find something new.
Oh, I'll look that up then. It's on your Facebook feed, is it?
Let's see.
Because I wanted to listen to intelligent songs, not rubbish.
I'm going to hooray for the riffraff. If I can get that, if I can find Body Electric. And we have some stupid commercial. I will screen share it with you. And it's about violence against women is the basic. I gotta get that stupid commercial. But even the video itself, although she herself is straight, many of the people she's associated with and hangs out with, obviously, are gay. And like I say, her fiddle player is transgender, and her bass player. Let's see. Here we go. Can you hear it?
Sorry, it dropped out. Oh.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can. Oh, no, I can hear you. No, I'll have to listen to it after.
You can't hear it?
No, I can't hear it, no. That's all right. I'll listen to it after.
Okay.
But I'm down to 10% battery on this, so I'll have to go. But
I'll
go on.
In any event, it's a well-written song and the kind of lyrics that would never, probably won't be a popular song. But it was, NPR, National Public Radio. It was their political song of the year. So, and I would have never heard about them.
Yeah. Okay, no, I'll go look it up. I'll go look it up now on the laptop, but I'm about to lose the battery on here, so I have to go. But we will reconvene.
Huh?
I was going to say I'm going to lose the battery on here. I'm down to 10%, but we can reconvene next week.
Okay. All right. I will.
Are you on same time next week?
Okay, I'll see you next week then. Bye.
All right. Take care.
Yeah. Okay. Got to stop the broadcast, which I neglected to do.